those that are wanting to compete in our special events, if you've got decent ping, you're welcome to attend. Because some connections within Australia, for example, they might be in Australia and they still have worse ping than someone connecting from North America, because the Australian internet is awesome. Except, unless you're with Launtel. If you're with Launtel, you're sorted. So get sorted. Get on Launtel. There's a bit of a plug for our sponsor for the event.
Should we cap how many times you do it throughout the 6 hours?
That was almost seamless, eh?
It nearly was.
So, looking at this times, just in practice, it's pretty telling what the pace might look like.
Yeah,
but again,
what is the practice times getting out there? 1:48.7, track temp of 31. So it's going to obviously a little bit cooler to start the race, because the race start time's at 6 a.m. Where's the GoFundMe for beer, mate? I told you to start. I know, mate. There is a donation link somewhere if you want to donate to my beer fund. And welcome to the grid, Andrew Warden. So 5-minute countdown. As you can see, cars are on the grid, looking beautiful. Had a couple of minor little visual issues yesterday, which no one would have noticed, because I'm OCD about it. I certainly did. So, Wendy Bobini Racing, Ben Dutton's in the car. That livery has been updated and it looks schmick. The Lexuses have also been sorted. We will show you the grid. It's a rather big graphic, so we're not quite sure if it's going to actually fit on the bloody page. But we'll throw it out anyway. Probably can't read that. But that's the starting grid. I'll stick it there for a second. There we go. That's the link. Thanks, Stroop. If you would like to sub, it would be fantastic. $5. For that, you get our love. And that's pretty cheap love.
A cheap love for $5.
I'm sure you've all paid more for love. And
I rather not comment.
thank you very much for the gifted sub there, Loud.
Yeah, it's just everyone just gave me the nerves again. Start selling. I know I am, even though I'm not.
Mate, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm not even in the car.
Hey, I'm shaking right now. It's like it's out of my hands. I can't do nothing. I just hope it's a straight piece of car when I get it.
Well, these first 10 minutes are always the most nerve-wracking for, well, anyone that's involved in an endurance race. So let's just hope that everyone can keep their heads on for at least the first 10 minutes and just basically try and keep themselves in the race. As I touched on yesterday, it's a 6-hour race, and that first 5 hours, that's not when you're racing. That's when you're just setting yourself up for.
Exactly right. Different kettle of fish is endurance racing. And a few of them out there, this is their first endurance team event. And a lot of them have messaged me during the week telling them how excited they are, how nervous they are. You just got to just breathe, just relax, just be consistent, and just do your thing. Enjoy it. It reminds me though, I'm going to just turn the audio up for the cars. So just so we can listen to Helicopter Simulator. So let's just go through the grid. Zahin Zolk Ifili was P1 yesterday. That car is a class in the Pro-Am because it's about the team. But yeah. I'm pretty sure we could have probably upped it to Pro, but we'll leave it for now. Short Madison, Trucker Trophy Motorsport. They managed to have a great shootout lap, getting themselves on the front row of the grid. Tyquin's going to be starting for Beware of Blair. Henderson qualified yesterday. Great work there. So we have 3 Mercedes on the front 2 rows. Ryan Anderson. What a lap yesterday. Pro-Am driver. It seems to be a bit of a tradition at the moment that they've got 2 Mercedes teams, team first name and team last name. And team last name has managed to out-qualify their counterparts now, back-to-back endurance races. So, Maybe they need to change their team to team first name.
I think getting number one on board with them.
That's right. Stig Schneider, P5, thanks to Zachary Smith's great lap yesterday. Lockie Bruce, tight battle with their counterparts in the Rapid Team Rennsport. Alex Bowen, always doing magical things with that Lamborghini, starting at P8. Sergey could have easily been on the front row of the grid, but couldn't quite get the lap together in the shootout. He'll start from P9. Jacob Cohen, our only American team, with a guest Brit. They'll be starting P10. They also had a little bit of a slip in the shootout. So they'll round out our top 10. Look here, buddy. My bull, you've just jinxed your team, buddy. Oh, we're nearly ready to go.
Yes, 20 seconds left. The engine's raw.
We'll get through the rest of the grid as we race. Today, our safety car is a beautiful yellow Ferrari. We thought, why not? It is Monza. It'll be driven by Chris Wheatley. He races in a ACC series for BMW. He'll be sporting the Ferrari today. The number is a 112, and if anyone knows why, post in Twitch chat. Bit of an Easter egg. Mate, come down to Tassie. You're more than welcome. So our formation lap is custom. There's no actual contact between the cars on the formation lap. Pace car is there just to set the tone, just to make sure that the front guy doesn't have too much pressure on him to set the pace. It's dictated by the safety car. The safety car will peel in to the pits, let them go before Parabolica. They'll sit on 80 Ks and they will roar down to turn 1. 112 is emergency phone number. That is correct, pass, and hello, sir. It's the emergency number here for mobile phones. I'm pretty sure, the 112.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So if you type 112 into your mobile, you'll get connected to some service that might help you, might not help you.
Hopefully it helps.
Now, lads, in the commentary box, do we want a paper, rock, scissors to see who calls lap 1?
I think it says it's yours, Malik. You can take it. Take the reins.
Oh, geez, just been handed over. Done. Welcome to the grid, those who have followed in the last hour. Sorry, I'm going to give you a shout out. We'll try to during the race.
We've got time. Yeah, the nerves are going to start settling in 1,000%.
I'm nervous because, remember Bathurst?
No, I actually missed.
I think we had 40 minutes and 30 minutes and it dropped.
Oh,
but this server is beefy. This server is ready to rock and roll. I see a few of the Ruse boys in chat supporting their man Mironenko. The Ruse boys won Monza. I mean, not Monza, Bathurst. So hopefully we see them back for Paul Ricard in June. I'd like to compete in Paul Ricard. It's my jam.
Yeah, you love that track, don't you?
I do.
Well, it is a pretty fun track, I have to say. But the track limits are very, very sensitive.
Oh, they
Jim's
are.
track limits. It was fun until my pals said no.
Well, here we go. There's a lot of cars that are actually lower down the grid than they probably should be. So expect to... Looks like Ashton Reynolds is starting for the L19 Racing. P17 at the moment for the grid. They're one to watch. Ben Dutton's a bit lower down. I think those numbers are also a little bit incorrect. But we're nearly ready to go here. Monza, 6 hours. Sponsored by Launtel.
Well, let's hope that these drivers can keep playing in the first corner, and hopefully common sense does come out on top here. While there can be some opportunistic passes that can gain you a lot of places, getting too opportunistic and a bit too aggressive, that will cost you a lot of time and a lot of positions, and maybe see you spend a lot of time in the pits. But we're about ready to go racing.
We're away. I will fix that in a sec. They're nearly 4 wide just at the back here. in mid-pack. Zahin's got away, so has Anderson or Tyquin for the pink Mercedes. They're 3 deep in a lot of spots. They're backed up nicely. It has turned into a car park early on here at Monza, which we expect. Most of them are through. That is very well done. There is a spin that looks like COVID-19 racing has been spun at turn 1. We'll stay up the front here. Lachlan Bruce is on an absolute tear early on. Pushing hard here, so he's got his Porsche up to P4. Zahin's got away cleanly.
Oh, touch!
There is a touch. Very, very, very marginal. Discord's now sorted, lads.
Thank you.
So, Bruce has moved up to P2. He's on a tear for Porsche. Madison's only dropped 1.
Fantastic to see, fantastic.
Oh, that was close there.
That was very close.
Alex Boner's on a bit of a move too.
He is in the Lambo. As his team first name, who's right behind, or is that... Yeah, it is. So Sergey looking to put pressure. They're going to come nearly 3 wide into Ascari. Nerves still going to be there. They're just going to get through this first lap.
My God.
That is...
no.
How has he survived that?
They got onto the sausage curves and that absolutely sent him to the side of the Mercedes.
Tyquin just ate the curb and just kept fell to the floor.
Oh, they connected mid-air.
Oh my God.
That is disastrous. That puts an end to that impressive charge on the first lap.
But what an opening lap. And we've got 5 hours and 58 minutes left. Boys, we are in for a race.
This is it. Tyquin started P3. He's trying to hold off his Mercedes counterpart and Sergey. With Adam Ferguson right behind for Team Rensport. As they head down.
Go 3 wide here, you can just see it.
I think Sergey, being a bit more experienced, is just going to tuck in there.
Yeah, Sergey just used his head there and just...
Oh, there's a McLaren around. It's Truck on Trophy Motorsport. Didn't see what happened there, but they are around. They started on the front row. Oh, no good. The Mercedes, are they going to go too wide into this? Tyquin defends nicely, plonks that Mercedes in the middle of the track. Had a bit of everything early on. This is what we wanted to see. The Nissan just to your left there. Looks like Keiju Racing. And Tyquin puts a move on the Rensport.
Oh, that give Mironenko a chance.
Oh, but they're off!
Oh my God.
They're gone.
Tyquin has somehow...
In 2 laps, somehow kept it straight back on the track. I can't believe it.
That Mercedes must weigh about 3 ton. Because, yeah, he's held it on track somehow. Twice. These Rapid Team Rensports, aren't they up and about at the moment?
Yeah, we've picked a very good bunch of our drivers throughout the entire grid, I would say.
Brucey, my man, my teammate in the ACC series.
Yeah.
He is putting the pressure on early to Zahin. And Rapid Team Rensport, Brad Jessen's putting the pressure on Stig.
Full confidence given the opening start to Brucey. I knew he'd do well, and look at him now on back of the P1.
Bit of a shout out to Harrison in 13th. He's come from 20th. No, sorry. I've got that wrong. 19th up to 13th.
Good moves early on.
Oh, great move, Brad.
That was a really well placed passing move there. That was round the outside.
So many good battles. Rapid Team Rensport 4 into the top 10, up to P8. We did lose one of the Rapid Team Rensport cars, one of the Lesmos, lap prior. Alex Bowen's just gone down a little bit. He had a nudge early. Oh! That's our leader. Race leader, Zahin, was off at the second chicane.
Brucey did just give him a touch as well.
So, not sure what's going on with a couple of these cars. Apparently L19 Racing's had a bit of a bingle. Eugene Yap for Pure Muscle is up from last position to 22. Just go back through the grid. So there's Ferguson, who's Rapid Team Rensport 3, starting in the top 10. Collected. So Reynolds is down to P27. Well, that car doesn't sound well. The Mitchell Pittard. There's Quick Racing's dropped back a fair bit. The safety car's obviously in the pits. Looks like we've lost one team already. Lachlan Bruce, though, leads this race, starting P5. And Sergey from P8 is up to P3. So we've still got... We've only had 5 minutes of the race, and so much has changed so quickly.
Schneider might want to be careful about how many times he changes direction down the front straight. Might land into trouble with the stewards there.
Oh, side by side, some nice battling. This mid-pack battle is hectic. So Tyquin's had a lot thrown at him. And he's managed to hold on so far. Brad Jessen must have made a mistake.
Oh, he's gone for
man.
the send.
He's just
Hasn't
set off
worked.
again.
You can't push that Mercedes anywhere.
No, he is just anchored to the track.
Jacob Cohen, who started P10. Maybe P9. I think it was P10. I'm going to say P10. He's up 4. Race Hill,
That's our
Praisdale. It's currently 1 a.m. I think, over in the States.
Oof. Dedication, we'll give him that.
It's kind of like what we're used to being in Asia Pacific. We want to race on the iRacing special events. Dutton up to P11, looking to get into the top 10 already. The Nissan GTR. Not the best car for qualifying, but it's... Oh, it looks like Zahin. Zahin is off and has collected...
This race has gone absolutely wrong. That is really...
Oh my god.
Get off. Oh,
Not
he needs
an
probably chuck it in reverse, or the race officials... Yeah, that's it. Just rolling across track. So our race leader, who started on pole... Why has he done that?
What is going on there?
If he's not careful, race officials are going to DQ him. That's some seriously dangerous driving. But we'll continue on.
Well, after that amazing performance in qualifying, that is pretty well day done, I think.
Yep.
It's a shame. Great pace. I didn't get to commentate, but I did watch from afar, and that pace was fantastic on that car.
It was. Vettel is an ACC.
So, the opening 10 minutes, guys.
Phew, I'm ready to go over lie down.
Yes.
Something I said about the first 10 minutes being the
No team orders
major
here.
survival point.
Benefield still got 3 Porsches in the top 6. Looks like their race pace is on. Dan Maxwell, one of the other Mercedes, Monza Mayhem. They started P11, just missed out on the shootout. But we think things will start to settle soon enough. Dutton has moved into the top 10 and is now P9 for the Nissan GTR team. Bowen's dropping back, might have some damage. We won't know. Let's see how he goes into Parabolica. Crazy stuff early on. Yep, we will look at the replay at some stage. Fastest lap there for Stephen Bull, which is actually Sergey. ACC spits out that data a little bit differently, but that's team first name. Yeah, so Bowen's dropped right back off on the straight here. That's generally a pretty big indicator that he's got some damage. Getting blue flag somewhere. But what a gaggle. Just starting to settle down though. But the one to watch at the moment is Sergey in P3. That team has got a lot of pacey drivers in it. Stig Schneider though, from the Ferrari team. Doing a great job here, avoiding the incidents and being nice and consistent. Who would have thunk it? 10 minutes into the race, the Mercedes isn't leading.
Yes.
It's only early, I guess.
It's early days. It's early days.
Well, that was a good race. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Yeah, see you guys in June.
Hopefully everyone hasn't suffered too much damage for turn 1. We didn't get a safety car. It was a lot cleaner than other races.
Yes. And the sun starts to come up. It's going to be in everyone's eyes for the next probably hour.
Track temp is only 19 degrees, so it's pretty chilly.
Well, it's mimicked the real life conditions here in Australia at the moment.
That's
Absolutely freezing.
So there goes Sergey again. So Stephen Bull's in that car. So 148.9. Some great pace there as Sergey moves up to P2.
Yeah, we've told the Porsche drivers if we're going to be fighting, make it clean, nice and smooth. We don't want anyone spinning.
I saw Brad Jessen throw out an overtake on Lesmo 1
Oh, jeez.
on a Porsche driver. So
No.
definitely no team orders.
No. Until the last hour, then it's like go for your lives.
Yeah. Just get through the start.
That's it. Oh, that's going to be blinding.
Yeah, they're going to cop that for a couple of hours.
I was about to say that's really inconvenient placement of the sun there.
No.
Selfish of the sun there to be too bright.
If only God could switch that. Or we can change the track.
So let's go back through the field a little bit and see where some of our earlier leaders are.
Who survived?
Anderson started P4. He's been cut back a little bit, down to P11. Apex rear wings, Liam Harrison. Pressuring by Callum Gibbons. This is Callum's first endurance race, team event. Smart there to tuck back in. Hanny. Lexuses didn't fare too well in quali, but they're a lot better in the race. So hopefully both the Oh What a Feeling teams can really push up the grid. Bit of bush chook. Same boat again. They were really far down, but that team's got a lot more pace than qualifying indicates. There's another fastest lap, setting some great pace in that team first name car. Chris Ellis, he'll be joining us in the commentary box at some stage today. And here we go, Sean Madison for Trucker Trophy. They started on the front row of the grid and are currently P17.
Yeah, they had that unfortunate spin. But again, it's just basically going to be running long stints. Try and claw that time back.
It's unfortunate. Geez, that Porsche's... Oh! Hanny Curry's off. Don't know what happened there. He's got around the foam padding correctly. So he drops back a couple more positions. Reynolds. Unfamiliar territory for Reynolds. He's very good around here. He's very quick and he loves that GTR. Sarah O'Brien. Who else is back here? This is Zahin. Our pole position. Right at the back.
Unfortunately.
Let's go check some...
I think it was lap 2. The first and second had a bit of a crash, I would say. Or lap 3 might be. It was just going into
Scary.
4 Lesmos. There it is.
Oh, it's actually been hit.
Center punched.
Yeah.
I've already had a quick look at that. Be my teammate.
But that wasn't the only one. He also lost it at Ascari. I don't want to see how he lost it himself. I think that Porsche car might be picking up a bit of a pen.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really want to say it. I'd rather not.
So coming down to Ascari. Was it here that
There
he
it
got
is.
spotted? It wasn't that lap.
The car's not looking really stable anymore. I'd say he's copped a lot of damage on the rear.
Yeah, he snapped it. Oh, snapped it on his eye. That's huge hit. He should have been on the brakes. The brakes should be fully applied there. That's not very good racecraft.
And the Porsche driver has got a drive through.
He has. There we go.
Yep. We had a feeling it was coming, but yeah.
Did that pop up on screen? I didn't hear it, so it might not have. If not, I can fix that. Did anyone see that drive-through pop up on screen?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So drive-through for Brucey. RC didn't send a message. Okay, that's cool. So he's going to have to serve that drive-through within the next 3 laps. I'm sure he was expecting it.
Yeah, I was just having a quick chat. We were expecting it, but we ain't overly happy with it. He trail braked and it was really slow on the entry of the corner.
Rear contact though.
I know, rear contact, it's just one of those things. It's a long race still, so we know we got the pace, but yeah.
Oh, there's a lot going on up here. Both Lamborghinis pressurising that Monza Mayhem Mercedes. I don't think they might have used RC. I know what they've done. Anderson still down at P11.
Oh, Bone's going to go for it.
He's thought good. Oh, he's got a good exit here.
Mercedes is driving a little bit like it's got some damage.
He's under a lot of pressure at the moment. Bone's doing a really good job of keeping Maxwell's eyes on the mirror, and just see the pressure is starting to get to Maxwell.
Yep, another great exit. Maxwell's going to defend inside a Parabolica. The Lamborghini just doesn't have much top end speed at the moment. I think Bowen does have a little bit of damage. Different line there through Parabolica. Looks struggled a bit with the car.
I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that drivers are going this defensive so early in the race. Often the better idea is to fall in behind someone who's faster and hope that they can drag you up close to the guys ahead. Right now, you're just costing yourself time, and that's going to bite you 5 hours, 41 minutes down the road.
Yeah, a lot of guys, or most guys, are just, they're in the car, they have to go as quick as they can and hold position as quick as they can. Sometimes letting a quicker car through isn't always a bad shout, as you were saying.
Well, you can save on some fuel and maybe, yeah, like I said, work together to get another drive-through.
Another drive-through. R33 Lamborghini.
Now that was the car that just passed Maxwell, so I wonder if something happened prior to the overtake.
So 2 cars in the top 10 picking up drive-throughs. So there's the first DT drive through for car 33, contact lap 5, turn 1.
And Brucey's just pulling in to serve the drive-through.
So what we can do, lap 5. So let's find car 33. A lot happened on this lap. Oh yeah, a bit of a send going across track. Those
Looks
Porsches.
like a bit of a impromptu passing move. He was maybe just a little bit distracted by the 918 in the mirror.
Yeah. Unfortunate. So where's that going to put Brucey? Fair way back, I reckon.
P14.
P14. So Mercedes does lead this race now. Porsche, though, still have 2 teams in the top 5. And as you can see, a drive through for car 911 was contact lap 3, turn 3.
Ben Dutton has done a really good job at the moment. He started in 20th and he's just avoided all the carnage, and now he's sitting up in 6th.
He's a pacey boy. He's won our F1 series a couple of times. He's an avid iRacer as well. Welcome to the grid, Jaspentine. Tyne. Still very impressed with Stig here for Maximum Pace Racing. He's still holding on to P2. They qualified P5, leading Pro-Am car at the moment. Very impressive.
Yeah.
Putting in some consistent laps as well, and well, consistency wins races.
That's right.
It's all just nice and smooth. Make sure you don't stuff up, and he's just commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse.
My God, I'm just getting shut up.
Oh, and he's pushed the
Oh my!
the board's coming with him. There.
See you guys, I'll see you. I'm done here. Oh man,
That's a bit of extra downforce there.
So
You can script it better.
5 might have been the one that knocked into truck or trophy, but I'm not in the official's office, so we'll soon find that pop up. Drive through cleared there for Jacob Cohen. Race Hill Praisdale. But Dutton, this is where L19 Racing want to be, in Ashland Reynolds. I don't see Reynolds on the timing sheet at the moment. I'll just head over to my little director. Reynolds is down in P25. Lap down, got 1 minute damage. Ouch. But still 5.5 hours. Hang in there.
Yeah. Jeez, we're already halfway through the first hour. How about that?
Oh,
I can't wait to get
all
to the
3
third hour
cars.
and you hear you halfway through the race.
Yeah, mate. Lap
Left
1.
down. Let's go. What number is he?
Scope would be number 19, L19 Racing. Brucey P12.
Yeah. Listen. Oh, the teammates we've got a lot. And the top 15, that's good. Sorry, I'm going to be biased against our teammates. I'm so sorry, but I have to.
That's all good, mate. Welcome to the grid there, Scars. So, Truck or Trophy Motorsport, who were Opticoat Motorsport at Bathurst. They've had quite a bit of experience of having to climb back.
There's a bit of a traffic jam at the first corner. Seems to clear itself up.
Let's look for some close battles. Here's one. Aaron O'Brien, and he's aptly named O'Brien Racing. Team owner. What's the pit window? There is none. The only real rule they have is that max driver time for the entire race is 140 minutes and the max stint time 70 minutes. And you're going to need to fuel up around 60-70 minute mark anyway. And you might as well chuck a fresh set of hoops on whilst you're in the pits.
Yes, we've ran a lot of strategies. It was getting crazy. I think we're up to version 999 maybe? We got that crazy.
Damn.
Well, that is the challenge of endurance racing, and as much as you would love to do it, often you cannot stick to your strategy. You have to make strategy on the fly, because you're going to have to respond to drivers that come into the pits that you are racing on track. Because every lap you are spending on worn tyres is time that you are losing to those drivers.
Yep. That's it.
So there's a lot to do for these teams, and I can imagine that the drivers in the cars at the moment, when they jump out, they're not going to go off and get something to eat. They're going to be sitting there and helping with the strategy.
The old fuel calculator. Richard McIntosh is having a stellar race so far. He's got the Aston Martin
that was a
top
brilliant
10.
recovery. Yeah, brilliant recovery. Where did he start?
Just going to check.
He was outside the top 20, wasn't he?
Pretty sure he was 25th?
26th.
26th.
No, 27th.
He's
27th.
good job.
Brilliant job.
Very impressive. Not much else to report at the moment, though.
No, it's
Officials
kind of
wise?
settled down. Everyone's in there just chugging along, really.
Just chug a lug. I will just bring up the quality sheet.
Bruce is on the back of Gibbs, as we see on screen.
Oh, another drive-through for Bone this time.
Ooh.
Wonder what that's for.
I just saw in the corner there for contact.
I think that's the default message for drive-through, if handed out. I don't see it being track limits. Here we go. Contact lap 12, Parabolica, 420.
Brucey on the inside. Should get the start nice and easy. Textbook move.
Yeah, when you've had to serve a penalty or a drive-through, you just got to keep your head down.
Well, that is another part of racing itself. Like, you're going to make a mistake, and many drivers will get it in their head that they have to, inverted commas, make up for that mistake. And then they just make more mistakes over and over and over, as we see another penalty for car 919 this time. So penalties are being handed out pretty quickly today.
That's right. And yes, you can't essentially make up that time. You just got to deal with that time and just get back to being consistent. So that one was for lap 19.
Yeah, beating yourself up will not achieve anything. You just have to say, okay, that happened, get your head down and just get back into that rhythm.
Oh, there's another drive-through.
Yeah, that's what we were just saying. So that was
Sorry,
Fergo for the Porsche.
Oh no. The multiplying.
Fastest lap
It's
there.
COVID-19.
It's getting everywhere. There's not enough distancing.
Or should it be
Social
DT19?
Yeah, they were the last team in, so they joined on Thursday. It would have been a nice opportunity to beat car number 19, but it was already taken. So car 420 is drive through for contact lap 12. And car 919 was contact lap 14, turn 1. So in our sprint races, in the shorter distance races, those type of penalties would be about 15 seconds as Brucey goes a little bit deep. And he's got to tuck in behind the Nissan or he's going to get a drive through himself. He's got to lose the time. If you go off at turn 1, hopefully he didn't gain anything there.
No, yeah, I think he lost his position.
Definitely lost. He's definitely lost out
He
there.
just went behind Gibbons. So the brakes are going to be a little bit harder. Oh,
second and a half.
What's
Now
happened there?
he's got to tuck in behind both Nissans. And now he's going to be up against Sean Madison. So Brucey's maybe getting a little impatient.
Yeah, like I was saying a little earlier, you can't kick yourself when you make a mistake. You just have to let it go and get back on with the job. And that it takes a lot of discipline to do.
It does. Reynolds just unlapping himself. He's down to P25. Hopefully the cars understand and do let him through because he's going to have some pace.
Well, that's really smart driving there, just to let a faster car get in front of you, especially when you're not racing. There's no point this early in the race to defend from someone, and plus a car lap down, they're probably going to be a little bit desperate to unlap themselves. No point putting damage on the car.
Yeah. Brucey's just got to settle down, get those nerves under control. He's looking very fidgety out there. His race isn't over. He's kind of driving like it is, though. I'm not in his ear this time.
Yeah, I've just
He's going to try
just gone
outside.
in there, just calmed him down. And yeah, just nice and smooth. He's up the ABS a bit. The brakes are starting to get a little bit hot.
And the car off in the gravel trap.
It's Matt Sydney for 0X Motorsports. So definitely pays to stay out of trouble. We had 4 cars in the top 10, all picking up drive-throughs for incidents. As I was saying before, these penalties would normally be about 15 seconds in our sprint series because a drive-through in the sprint series is pretty much your race done. 15-second penalty here is pretty much not much at all. Drive-through, I don't know what the pit delta is to drive through it. 20, 30 seconds?
Drive through, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think that was it. Yeah, 17 seconds. No, 20 seconds.
Yep.
I think a total it's 70 seconds if you take the 30-second pit stop.
Sweet. And we'd rather 90. Thanks, Kitty. That's every pit stop for you, bud. Yeah, and it's good to get those penalties there so they can serve them, so they're not unsure about where they're going to finish when the penalties are added on after the race. It's good to get them done out of the way. Pit stop with tyre fuels 1 minute 21, lost the lap time. Yeah, I'm just worrying about what the drive-through delta is. Welcome to the grid, Ibdashi. Ferguson serving his drive-through now. Skip through the grid a little bit, but yeah, McIntosh, great stint so far for Bitterbush Juk. A new livery, a new team name for this team, and a different car. Brad Jessen P6, Dutton now up to P5. Weenie Babini Racing. They were in Aston Martin, I'm pretty sure, at Bathurst. Still sad that we don't see a Bentley out there. Hopefully we see a Bentley return at Paul Ricard. As we were kind of expecting early in the race, or for the race, Mercedes pretty dominant early on.
Yeah, Mercedes have always been pretty strong here.
But
And they're, what,
the
first
biggest
and second at the
indicator,
moment?
exactly. But the biggest indicator though, both drivers have not received a penalty. They've
That's
stayed
true,
out of
that's
trouble.
true. Kept their noses clean, punching a decent lap. Times at 148.7. With this Bike conditions and low fuel. Not bad.
Loving it.
Looks like he's coming up on lap traffic too, so this is hopefully where everyone starts using their brains and just picks his moment to get a bit around them.
Yep. Blue flags. Big talking point at Bathurst. A lot of drivers have different views on blue flags. You don't need to pull over, slam your brakes on and let them through. You just need to be predictable and not defend through the corners. You are welcome to move offline to let them through if you want. But everything's got to be predictable, everything's got to be smooth, and everything's got to be safe. As Mads moves the McLaren back up into the top 10.
So, come up 20 minutes, we're going to see this the first of the pit stops, driver changes. Sure, be interesting to see the pace after that.
Yeah, once the dust settles. I don't know who's in the car next, Suma, for Weenie Bobini Racing. Or is he double stinting?
All good, mate.
Me. Ooh. Robert Wenzel. Yeah, mate. I had Eggs Benedict for lunch and I had it in about 13 seconds.
Just blended it in, did you?
Whew, I was very time poor to get everything ready. But we did it. Racehill Praisdale putting the pressure on our lone Audi team in BW Motorsports. G'day Spidey, happy birthday for yesterday, mate. Sorry I missed it. As BW Motorsports Mrs. Parabolica, Chris Ellis already on the cans, it looks like.
Oh, I've heard of giving racing room, but I think that was going a little bit above and beyond.
Yes.
That is maybe one driver who is not taking any risks with contact.
That's right. Thank you for your concern there, Jan. I'm okay. Let's just say I was born with it. Carl James, I got a feeling too. Now, I wish the game showed you how many pit stops have been made.
Oh, that'd be so nice.
Tyre laps. Stuff
How
like
many laps
that.
it's on, yeah.
Yeah, it'd
Yeah.
be epic. I do believe all this stuff will come
1.4,
eventually.
you think?
Yeah. Oh, not 1.4. But in the future.
I have heard that the next update is going to work a bit on the broadcasting side of things.
Yeah, broadcast side and these type of driver swap side. And I'm hoping, not that I'm going to be adding them to anything just yet, but the GT4s, the DLC will be available in the near future. So Carl Johnson and COVID-19 Racing's done alright. He had a bit of a spin early as well. On board with Mads again. Current track conditions 20, so it's gone up 1 degree since start. Ooh, Porsche. Looks like he's made a mistake.
Yeah,
That's looking a little bit awkward.
Brucey again. He's just got to get this first stint done, I think.
Yeah. He's doing well so far, even after the drive-through.
Do you reckon he's got any... Damn, he's Shaw Madison right up the back there of the Aston. Good move, well dodged, and position gained. So McIntosh down to P10, but up a lot of positions. Quite a few drivers showing a lot of pace for the race. Thank you for and welcome to the grid, Lukey Warmrise. I think that's called something else. I was watching what movie is it? Hangover 2. Nah, can't think what it is. So 22 laps down. Sergei Mironenko is leading this race for team first name. Dylan Tyquin for Beware of Blair. P2 and P3 at the moment. Stig Schneider. Maximum Pace Racing. Just starting to see a few gaps. With the next half an hour, we're going to see blue flags become a regular thing as the field spreads out. Callum Gibbons.
Yeah, he's on the back of McIntosh now.
Just settling in nicely.
I think that's it. You just went. Oh, sorry, you go.
The pre-race nerves are just starting to wear off. Don't have time for nerves once you're concentrating.
I think that's it. Once you just become normal with each corner, know what gear, when to accelerate out of it.
Yeah.
It just becomes, clockwork. Just like clockwork, that's what I was looking for.
Yep. It's great to see him racing. True gentleman. A great addition to OOR.
Hello, Grasshopper.
G'day, Grass Chopper. Grass Chopper.
Grasshopper. Oh, I've got on my phone and I thought it was Grasshopper. It's purple.
Is that another drive-through? That's for O'Brien.
We'll soon find out what that's for. Here it comes. I can see someone typing. 109 contact lap 22. Second Lesmo.
God, how many penalties is that in the first hour?
5, 6, I think.
Jen, I'm a proud grandmother. Oh, there you go.
Hey.
You've done well. Be very proud. And it is great to see someone's grandmother in chat in Twitch. My dad can't even work out. I actually watched the other night. It was at Zandvoort he watched. I don't think he's ever going to watch me again. Dear. Is this a ACC? This is on ACC, but hosted by us. Any updates on when the iRacing series will be open for registration? Not just yet. Still working out what type of series we want to run on iRacing. I tell you, it won't be GT3.
Why not? I wonder why.
If you haven't got this game, I highly recommend it. Every update just gets better and better.
Yeah, it's certainly come a long way since it was first released.
You're not wrong there. Welcome to the grid, guys. RG and Strick and Dakla. Hope you're enjoying the event.
It's good that you're pronouncing them because I can't.
I had a bit of practice. Can't say they're correct, but I have a crack. What do you guys think is the most competitive sim racer, as in game? Strict9. There you go. Sorry, sir.
Strict 9, that's easy.
Flock it. I agree 100%.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people complain about the time all and iRacing now, since the new update.
Yeah. I don't want to sit here and just hang on, bull bag on iRacing. I don't want to really do that to any sim. But personally, ACC for me just whilst it's only GT3s at the moment, they're going to get GT4s. It's probably the most fun competitive sim and easy to work with as an admin for a group outside doing external events, if that makes sense. iRacing hosts some great events though, and they do some great work. Also not really a fan of the subsystem. I agree and appreciate the fact that you've got to buy stuff, because a lot of effort goes into getting these tracks and cars all sorted. But yeah, a sub-based platform I think is 2007. Monster Truck Madness. I want to get that. Question, is this in real time and real weather? Not quite. The time multiplier. Oh, sorry, as Madison keeps it out of the fence. It's going to be under pressure here by Richard McIntosh. The time multiplier in the events for the 6-hour races are ×2. So it'll start at 6 a.m. in game time and finish at 6 p.m. How often do you host events like this? Bi-monthly. So pretty much every second month we'll host the 6-hour this season, or this year. We are looking to add longer races and a couple of guest sprint events as well. We might even have a GT4 spec event in the future. See how many cars we can get on the grid. So Reynolds is still slogging it away there, P23. Welcome to the grid, Joe Mungo. How good are mangoes? So good, I reckon both my commentators have just gone to the kitchen to grab one. The time model's been changed here, or updated should I say, so it's 5-point contact, or 5 contact points for the tyre. I think it was 1.1, well actually 1.2 I think. They changed the suspension a little bit last update. To me it feels wicked.
I have to say, the current tyre model has made the car feel a hell of a lot more stable and a lot easier to read what the setup is actually doing and what changes need to be made. So Kunos has done a really good job with the new tyre model.
It just feels right. The only thing they could probably tweak is that maybe the crossover moments for the rain. Sometimes it's kind of near on impossible in a guessing game to get your pressures right.
Speaking of weather, what is
yes.
the weather supposed to do this race?
Well, it's set on weather randomness 2, so that's pretty much the default weather for ACC. So we could see rain if the server wants to do that. Okay, it's a possibility, but not sure.
Okay. Well, let's hope for a little bit of rain, because that really
spices things up.
Oh, it just really shows who's a more complete driver. And yeah, it's always really fascinating for me to see which drivers can make the slicks work for as long as possible in the rain and which drivers can't.
That's it. I reckon a few drivers will be disagreeing with us.
There's nothing wrong with the rain.
I prefer it heavier. If it's going to rain, like rain.
Well, really, wet weather driving is about confidence. If you actually believe in yourself, then you are going to do well in the rain.
Yeah. Question in Twitch chats. Where was it? Frenzel, what are the entry requirements regular OR server users? You don't have to be regular racing with us. If you just want to do special events, that's totally fine. We've got a lot of guys that race other groups, other leagues. A lot of these guys race in our ACC series, but that doesn't mean that if you just want to compete in 6 hours, you're more than welcome to. You must be registered though to OR, and you must be in our Discord. That's mainly for admin purposes and just make everything a lot easier, professional and easier to organise. So this is a 12-hour virtual race that lasts 6 hours. 100% RG, that is spot on. Welcome to the grid, Slap, and thank you for the resub, Tony. Where's the man behind that sexy voice? He's sitting on an office chair that needs to be updated. But thank you, mate. There's a few sexy men. I'm just here. I like driving the... I don't know if anyone's ever done it yet, but as Cohen looks to make a move here at the second chicane, late on the brakes, tucks over a little bit, gives himself a better angle out. Great overtake. And great racing there by Carl Johnson not to panic too much and hold his position. If you get a chance and you have ACC, do a wet night race. It is spectacular, visually as well. Ooh, Carl Johnson getting that Mercedes sideways, but holds it.
And the only alone Lexus, I believe. B14.
There's two. There's Oh What a Feeling and Oh What a Feeling 2.
Ah. And before this, I never even seen it turn a lap. I was actually surprised when I seen it on track.
A bit sideways for the Lexus there. That's going to give Bowen a bit of a chance.
He's going to have a look.
I think he's got him. He's up far enough.
Yeah, bit of no man's land outside Parabolica. Try and get that traction up. He's got the move done.
Yeah, good job, Tabone. He read that pretty well.
Let's go check in with Zahin, who was on pole. His best lap of 1:48.8. He would have had to have pitted at some stages because he's 2 laps down, and he had huge damage on the front of that car after a scurry.
He's setting a pretty quick race pace at the moment. 48.9 his last lap.
That's it.
Think he might be a little bit fired up.
Well, he's not having to worry about overtakes or defending. He's kind of in no man's land. He's going to try... The cleaner area has, the better. Because that awkward moment when you're a car that's a lap down, you could catch up to someone and it's a few laps up on you, but you're a second quicker. Just negotiating those safely is the key for Simfei at the moment. We've had about 5 drive-throughs today. Ferguson served one of them. Fastest lap overall so far is... looks like a 1:48.6 from what I can see. 1:48.654, which is Dylan Tyquin in the Beware of Blair Mercedes.
And also, welcome to the commentary box, Chris Ellis.
Hello, Chris.
Welcome, mate.
Hey lads, how you going?
Good. You're early. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Thought I'd make an appearance.
It's 1 minute early. Thank you very much for joining us today, Dylan.
No worries. I'll see you on track in a few hours.
We won't curse you whatsoever.
Please don't. Please don't. I'm scared as it is.
All the best, mate. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Yeah, good luck, mate.
Oh, Madison's just
Madison,
nudged.
That's not... Oh, that was very awkward.
That's not how you cook pasta.
Fill me in on the goss. What's been happening?
5 drive-throughs so far.
Haven't even got out of the first hour.
It's been pretty good.
As the Aston's going up the inside, this is going to be awkward. But
Don't know how he's done that.
That
What a
was
move.
like brilliant driving from both drivers, actually. The Porsche must have seen him coming and just opened the steering wheel just enough to give the Aston some space.
This is the battle for P8. 4-car battle at the moment. Brucey, who's currently in P8, had to serve a drive-through at one stage.
Just an observation. Madison's been super quick. I was sort of driving near him in the first stint there. Really, really quick lap times, but he seems to be pushing right to the edge doing the quali laps. So I'm wondering how long he can keep it up. Whether he'll have to come in for a pit very soon.
I reckon there'll be a few cars nearing their window. Madison was involved early on, copping a bit of a spin. I see a bit of scuff. There's Buschuk now putting the pressure on Rennsport team number 1. As they head down to the first chicane. Porsche isn't too bad in a straight line. And holds on.
It just looks to me that maybe Bruce has used a little bit too much of his tyres, whereas the Aston Martin and even the Nissan 2 places behind just sort of nurse their tyres just enough that they still have life at the end of this first hour.
Yeah. I wonder if Bruce has a little bit of front damage with his slight contact with Zahin early on. You see a little bit of scuff on it, which resulted in his drive-through. Not sure if you saw early on, Chris, a race pole position. Lost out early on. Oh, Brucey.
Was that,
You got a little nudge. No, race leader was Zahin, who started on pole position.
I did hear a bit of a ruckus in the voice comms, but
Yeah, he's got a nudge and span it second chicane. A lap later, he lost it at Ascari and hit that walled at a rapid rate of knots.
yeah, there's it was a pretty smooth start. There was definitely a few like isolated incidents from what I could hear going on, but I think
Oh, someone's off. It's Rowan Gray in your team car, mate.
yeah, just saw that on my other monitor. It's alright, it's alright. We've had a really good start, so we started 24th and able to put it up into P15 at one point. Come in for the we pushed hard though.
Gone in Parabolica.
Isn't it ever?
Sorry to cut over you there.
That's alright. This is close.
Yeah, he sacrifices his exit speed though by trying that. Now Madison's kind of in no man's land here. He doesn't have the space ahead. He's got to watch his brakes. Yeah, he brakes a little bit earlier. Very smart move there.
You're still going to try it.
He's going to get it done too.
And gets
Oh,
nudged
no.
for his troubles.
It's going to get turned around.
That's the second time Truck or Trophy's been spun. And McIntosh, who's been looking really good. Just a little bit too eager there.
Yeah, it was a smart move from Madison just to try and park it on the apex, but McIntosh? Yeah, McIntosh probably wasn't expecting that. So
I think he gave him plenty of room on the inside, but just expected him to have a little bit, the McLaren to have a little bit more exit speed there than he did. But he was probably just sort of correcting his way through the corner on an unknown line as well. So almost a racing incident. It was just a small tap, but
no, I think the McLaren just tried to park it on the apex just to prevent a switchback maneuver coming up to the second chicane. But
Which is the way it's how you want to defend.
yeah, it's racecraft 101, but the Aston just wasn't expecting it.
Yep. Also, the Aston then at the second chicane went off, rejoined track, and got ahead. So that's something. If you go off,
really good run here for Bone.
you can't.
Cohen, I should say.
Look, where's Bowen? Where's Bowen going? Weather report at the moment, 15 minutes. All we know really with the weather is 15 minutes ahead, and currently it says cloudy. As Cohen looks to make his first pit stop. So here they go. They're starting to pit.
That is very interesting. I'm not sure why you would try to make a pass if you're going straight into the pits. Like, that's confusing to me, but I'm sure there was a plan there.
That's right. Racers just want to race, it looks like. Oh, so Madison now down P13 and in another battle, tight battle.
No, it never rains, but it pours.
It does.
There's been a lot of change of positions in the middle of the race field. Especially Couriers and Madison, they've just been, from my observations when I was in the race, they were pretty close the whole way around.
Yeah. Usually lurking. That's what Twitch is for. Thank you for the follow. Oh, actually, thank you for the resub, B2. I haven't seen you for a while. 25 months. 25 month streak. Hope everything's going well for you, buddy. And I wonder if Bender knows he's meant to be in the commentary box. There's always one. But that's fine if Cucumber's not here yet.
He might have been hired by the stewards to help get back through the backlog.
A bit of ascent here.
Oh, yeah. And, yeah, I mean, his top speed there just was like magnitudes higher than the McLaren there entering the corner, but
Okay.
McLaren's going into the pits, right?
Setting himself up for an entry.
I think maybe he's just thought I've seen enough drama for one stint.
Those Lexuses look really nice. I like the livery.
Boo. Boo to Lexus. Boo to Lexus and the unable to change.
Even though it's an official livery. But...
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
Don't set me off. You've started me now.
Also, the BMW looks good.
Yeah, they're good. That's good. Sergey, 1 hour into the race, still leads. Has a nice, healthy margin here on the other Mercedes in the top two.
And 148.7. Wow. Great race pace.
And McIntosh has picked up a drive-through penalty for that spin. He's currently in the pits. I'm not sure if he's going to be serving it instantly or completing his pit. I think he's just going to go straight through. Hopefully he's clicked serve pen. And I reckon he'll be in next lap to serve or make his pit stop. Are these cars balanced? They're all BOP, so balance of performance. Most of them are pretty balanced cars, but all the cars have their own different characteristics. It's not like one spec. Look, say for example on F1 2019 you have the cars all have the same spec, like diff, suspension, wheelbases, all that jazz. All the cars are different, but they're all similar performance. A couple a little bit better here than others. Some of them not so much.
Yeah, well, they are really well balanced. Like some of the cars just naturally going to have a good time at certain tracks as well.
Look, the Mercedes is pretty quick around here, especially for the shorter races. Over 6 hours, the BOP comes into play a little bit, especially with fuel for the Merc.
Some of our Mercedes teams likely running a bit of a map 2 or map 3 sort of strategy on the engine just to cut back on that fuel usage a little bit.
Yep, so as an example, for our... what race was it? For our endurance race, I had to set it to... I had to lift and coast a lot last season when I was in the Merc here. I think last 3 laps, I lost 4 seconds to the car behind, which was Reynolds. And no one wants that. He's very pacey around here. He's very pacey. Very talented man is Ashland.
Yeah, he's a great driver. Not only got the pace, but he's got the smarts as well to get overtakes done safely.
That's right. He just wasn't smart enough to pick the GTR here. No, not because he's not good in it, because I think his 2 teammates would have preferred another car. Isn't that right, Skate? Just try and skirt under the bus.
It's about compromise.
G'day, Bender. Welcome.
Did you have to go have a shower after your stint, did you, Bender?
No, I've been very busy helping out with some of the officiating.
I thought that might have been the case.
Yeah, you called it.
There was a backlog. How are they going? They're all up to date now?
There he goes,
Yeah,
cleared it.
all the penalties are up to date as of now, I believe. There's a few people who are perhaps a little unhappy that things haven't gone their way, but that's what happens sometimes.
That's right.
Do you need 3 drivers, or can it be done with 2? Preferably 3.
It has to be 3 at the moment. So the first 2 events, it's default 3. We're going to, probably from Paul Ricard onwards, we might allow 2-man teams. Especially if it's not an advantage or a disadvantage to have an extra person. And it shouldn't be. And it'd probably be easier to classify teams based on 2 drivers. So stay tuned for the next one. We might allow 2-man teams. Just means the driver stint time will be automatically changed to compensate for that.
Well, I start seeing some pretty busy grids there too, if we have 2-man teams able to enter.
That's the plan. Have maximum 50 teams. First 50 entries guaranteed a spot out on circuit. Because we'd fill that up, I reckon.
Yeah, and we just want to dial it up to 11. The carnage.
Why not? Someone's got
Battles.
to do it.
It's no fun if you're
it's
sitting there for
close.
6 hours and there's no battles, is there?
That's right.
Which we can't say about this race already. There's been constant battles going on all through the field. So
Right, I'll leave you gentlemen for the next 50 minutes.
no dramas, mate.
I'll be back.
All right, see you later.
So the very Italian Mafia Motorsports. Joe Williams currently behind the wheel. The Mercedes of Neighbour behind him, got him in his scopes. I would
Yeah,
pick up
Williams
probably
is-
1 or 2 tenths there.
Looks like the gap's just holding station at the moment between those two. But definitely something we should keep an eye on.
The Lambo seem to be handling quite well around Monza.
Yeah, it ran quite well in qualifying, and I think the cooler temperatures definitely helping so far. Interesting to see how they go in the middle of the race. The track gets quite hot.
Is it just me, or is suddenly started to get a little bit darker at the track?
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. It is starting to cloud over a little bit. Obviously, with the weather conditions, the game only gives us a 15-minute forecast, but a few clouds around.
As the sun rose there in the first sort of 6-7 laps of the race, coming in towards the second chicane was blinding, like to the point you had to you couldn't see the markers that you can normally see spray painted on the wall or the fence. So yeah, have to brake a little bit early there. Quite a few people were struggling through that section of the track with the sun.
Yeah, we did note that earlier in the race, and it did not look like fun to try and drive around.
I was very thankful for the time multiplier set. The sun got up behind the trees and it was nice then.
So we're looking at Isaac Norman here. He's just taken over. That car has been in just about every single battle you could think of in that first hour. So Isaac will be hopefully able to just bring the 313 McLaren. As I'm seeing a stop-go penalty just down the side there for O'Brien. Is that 30 seconds?
Possibly it'll be changed to a drive-through. It could be for track limits or...
Probably would have been meeting in the pit lane, so I reckon that one will get turned into a drive-through, if that's the case.
Now the penalties are coming out thick and fast at the moment.
As the Ferraris on board with Zach Smith now, maximum pace racing. Currently in P5, so you'd really feel the pressure there if you're anywhere in the top 10 as you get into the driver's seat, wouldn't you? For the second stints.
Well, they've actually been one of the only teams that I've seen so far that has remained consistent. They started P5 and now they're just staying out of trouble. And now they're in P3.
Looks like the last of the front runners are pitting as well now, so we might get a bit of an updated order. So, it'll be interesting to see who's in the car for these second stints. Looks like Ryan Anderson in car 2 is doing a double stint.
So drivers in here for the second stint, I guess for most of the teams, you would probably assume, or go as far as to assume, that they're not going to be finishing the race, unless they've got some kind of two-stint sort of strategies going.
Well, something that's just been thrown out there, just on that little graphic, rain in 15 minutes, according to the forecast.
Yes.
So for those drivers that have just come in to do a pit stop, they're just going to have to come straight back in. That's a bit of a strategic disaster for those guys.
I think it depends how long it takes. What intensity is the rain at, and how long is it going to be here for? I mean, if it's only a light drizzle, the track will take quite a while to get to that wet stage where you need to swap the wet tyres. I mean, it's had essentially the full weekend of qualifying, practice, and then first hour and a half of the race on it, so it's got quite a lot of grip out there.
If we do get some consistent rain for a while and the puddles start building up, anyone that's not managed to get some wet practice in is going to have a very bad time when they find out where the puddles are in this track. One large one that can send you aquaplaning very easily on the main straight if you're on the left side of the track there, just as you pass the pits. Might be some entertaining incidents to watch if it gets that bad. If it's just light drizzle, like you're saying, hopefully most cars will be able to stay out on dries and not have to do an extra pit.
Well, as if this race needed to be more exciting, that's going to make it more so.
Just saw Rowan Gray, my teammate in the Audi, currently P19. He's worked his way back up, get overtaken there by 3 blue flag cars. So Smith and Wenzel, I believe. And that pack is very close.
Yep, so we saw it just before the update from race control on the car 109. That was a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane.
Excuse me.
Not like this. The entry is at Monza, pit entry. You have to be very cautious to get on the braces as you head into the lane. Very short amount of track there. You're going quite fast as you come out of Parabolica, so you really need to jump on those brakes.
So, as we were saying a couple of laps ago, Zach Smith was in 5th place. Now, with the last of the front runners finally pitting, he's chasing Simon Smythe for P2. As you can see, Dan Dewar in car number 1 currently out in the lead of the race. So, a bit of rain. This is where you want to be at the sharp end.
Oh,
Ooh,
it's early there. He's managed to get past too.
Well,
Centimetres separating those 2 cars.
well, Zach didn't need a second invitation.
He's done well there. He's been looking for that opportunity for the last 3 laps and didn't want to... he's done well not to react really quickly by slamming the brakes on and trying to get past. He's just kept on his line and took advantage of it.
Was a tad risky, but it's paid off. And those are some of the risks you do need to take in endurance racing.
Yeah, it was a good move. Opportunistic. That's what we like to see.
Well, who doesn't like a bit of a send every now and then?
So you can see Ryan Anderson, my teammate, he's holding down the fort. He started 4th. He's currently down in P8. Doing well though, carrying the team so far.
So you didn't drive the first stint, did you, Bender?
No, I didn't. Ryan Anderson's doing stint
Oh,
in
he's-
round 2. He's doing a
Oh,
double.
I see. Okay, he's doing the double. I was confused. That's stamina.
I mean, he did all the hard work in the shootout yesterday, getting 4th. You know, the last thing we want is, you know, give me the car and I'll just bin it on, you know, turn 4 lap 1 or something and throw away all the hard work.
Right, Britt's just not far behind Williams here. In the Lexus, it's probably the first time I've seen Britt's out of his beloved Aston, to be honest.
Yeah, he's slowly catching the back of Williams. Maybe give him a couple more laps and he'll be right on the back.
A bit of personal trivia about Britt's. He actually works on setups for motorcycles, racing cycles in real life. So he was my teammate last season in the Aston, and he was definitely the go-to man for setups. Very quick driver.
He's got all the right background experience then. I'm sure there'd be quite a few things that would translate over from motorbikes to cars.
Yeah, I think he's got a brain for the mechanical side.
Just got to resist the urge every time I read his team name. Oh, what a feeling to not say Toyota afterwards. I think this is nice. Everything's just calming down a bit after that first hour. A bit of a lull, and then, you know, rain potentially soon. I think that'll spice things up a treat. Everyone gets a chance to breathe after their first pit stops and frantically adjust things on their MFD and change pit strategies and tyre pressures, and then all systems go.
I'm super glad I set up a strap for
Oh,
wet weather.
he's there, he's gone. The Lambo's gone.
Yeah. Not too much damage by the looks, but definitely like quite a bit of position there.
That
At least
was
another one.
absolutely painful to watch. It was such a slow spin. It's just the worst feeling when that happens.
Yeah, unrecoverable. Just the passenger.
Got a bit of a Miss Piggy look on the front of the Merc there.
The bonnet's bouncing up and down, you can see that. Director's giving us a really good view here. I'm just taking a guess here, but the repair time on that Mercedes probably looking over a minute.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of damage to the rear wing as well. It just looks like it's on a bit of an angle.
Yeah, it does look that. I'm surprised they haven't had a black and orange flag though. I assume you can have them in multiplayer. I know you can get them in single player where the game tells you you need to pit within 3 or 4 laps because your car is badly damaged and it's dangerous. So I assume it tells you in this as well.
I believe it also you get that flag if it gets dark enough that you haven't got your headlights on as well. But I don't think it's that in this case. But Ryan Blair.
Yeah, back on board. Ryan Blair has been slowly ticking off the laps. Those at a pretty consistent race pace of the 1 minute 50s. He got turned around in the first handful of laps and now just fighting his way back. He's on the back of Aaronfield in the Mercedes ahead of him.
Yeah, one of our AM class entrants. Doing quite well actually. Up in P20. Smooth through the second chicane. What's the official name for the second chicane? Does it have one?
Yeah, Delarogia chicane.
Ah, okay, that's why no one ever says it.
I'm never going to remember that.
Delarogia. Second chicane seems much easier.
Yeah, I'm just going to stick with second chicane.
Great run
That's
out
what
of the Lesmos. Decides to back off. He wants to get it done after the Ascari. not much opportunity for an overtake on this straight.
I really feel you
My
have to be
impression, yeah.
very brave to make a move at Monza into any of the chicanes. It's very easy to get it wrong and cost yourself so much time or even get involved in contact.
Yeah, and if you're going on the outside, but you know, I've been overtaken on the outside before, and it's a really awful feeling when you're on the inside and you have to make the sharpest 90-degree turn, or punt into the side of the car overtaking on the outside. It's so easy for an incident to occur. Similar to bus stop at Spa. If you're on the inside, someone coming up the outside of you and getting the overtake done, you just stop those brakes and just do a 90-degree turn.
Blair's been really good on the brakes. I've just been taking notes of that every time we focused on him, and he's really, really good on the brakes. So
very smooth.
He's close this time. We may see a bit of a go on the second chicane.
It's certainly on the attack here. He's just biding his time.
It just looks like he's just moving around the mirrors, just try and get Aaronfield to pay more attention to the mirror instead of what's in front of him, and maybe just make the pass through a mistake instead of trying to force it on the brakes.
Yeah, undone a little bit of his work there. We see Isaac Norman get the overtake done there on the Italian Mafia. Oh, it might be just relieving the pits there.
Looks like race leader Andrew coming through to lap these guys. Perhaps a opportunistic overtake. Yeah, these guys battling. Jolene's looking to get ahead maybe.
One of the 4 Rapid Teams Rennsport entries.
So what was the idea behind their team name? I haven't caught up with why there's 4 of them.
I don't know. Maybe they're just all friendly guys, and they didn't want to pick and choose.
I mean, is it like an actual team, or is it just like a team that they've made up for themselves?
Rennsport does sound familiar, so I'll have to check.
So I'm putting you a bit on the spot there, but
Rennsport, ARDC, Sydney Motorsport Park. It's a Porsche team. Actually, it's a festival, motor racing festival in Sydney Motor Park.
Norman really doesn't want to go a lap down here, but, well, yeah, he's still fighting it. He really doesn't want to go a lap down.
well, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference at this point. I mean, safety car, let's say, unlikely to make an appearance at this point. The rain could spice things a bit later.
Well, safety car at this point for Norman. This would destroy his race. Whoa!
Pulled it up though.
So easy to do that. So easy to do.
Like he's in the Porsche. There's some nice brakes in.
New pair of undies for Mardo.
We just cut away from it, but we noticed there the helicam shot, the little styrofoam bollards at turn 1. They're still there, amazingly. Someone was saying they'd be gone by lap 2, but I can't believe they're still
The
there.
second most, that was gone in lap 1, I think so.
Patience. We haven't been 1.5 hours in the race yet.
If it does get taken out, it's usually in a spectacular fashion as well. So.
Look at this camera work.
Oh, Malik's crashed the chopper. Or the drone.
No, he's had to take the line through the bollards.
Yes.
Doesn't want to drive through penalty. Given how they've been handed out, you know.
Oh,
good
we've seen
thinking.
it spin. Exit it over the first chicane. That is one of the Mercedes around. R20.
It said RAR on the windscreen display. Who's that? RAR.
Sorry, big car 69, Aaron Field. That's who it would be.
Oh, it was AAR.
Yeah, I think those styrofoam blocks got taken out a long time ago.
Was that the first hint of rain we just saw there? Yep.
Oh yeah, there it is. Look at that. I was just about to say the 505 Nissan's done really well. He's started way down in 20th and currently sitting 5th. I'm not sure if they've made a pit stop or not.
So there we have it, a quick weather update from race control. Track and ambient 22 degrees with the forecast rain 5 to 15 minutes, but we can see it has started raining already.
When they make those weather predictions, is that the in-game time or actual time?
In-game time. So it'll be like 5 minutes race time, but it's in-game at twice speed, so...
We'll have to keep an eye on the times, just see how far they fall off before they decide that they need to come into the pits.
The track's still listed as fast. I imagine, if it's this intensity rain, they might be able to get away with the next half an hour in these conditions on slick tyres. But if it starts raining harder, maybe we'll see you guys coming in a bit earlier for wet tyres.
It's going to be quite a long block of rain by the looks of it.
Well, I think the point that you should think about changing over to wet tyres is when you start seeing spray coming off the cars. Right now we're not seeing anything, but we'll check in on that in a couple of minutes' time, I think.
So you see the car of Ryan Blair overtaking Rowan Gray in the Audi. The single Audi entrant.
Yeah, nice move into Parabolica there. Just taking the inside line.
These guys will be all cranking up their TC ABS a little bit, a few notches for, at least for now.
So the last lap there for Blair we could see was a 1:53. I believe the crossover point for slicks to wets is about 1:57. So still a bit off there for now. Tricky conditions, that's for sure.
Yeah, and now it just becomes like a case of who's able to adjust their racing lines and their braking points the quickest and get back into the flow of the new normal, the new conditions. Kenneth Portis the seconds.
Just getting put a lap down by Dua, and a bit of a send there from Laird, which doesn't work.
Drew's having a tough time of it. Oh, look at him.
Oh, never rains but it pours, doesn't it?
He's going to want to have to come in and get that car looked at.
Yeah, I'm amazed that he's not losing some top speed on the straights there. I thought that would have been in a while ago.
Cameron Marr having a look into the second chicane here in the Porsche. It's possible to do an overtake there.
Yeah, he did well to pull it up. I thought he might have crashed into Norman there. Looked like he was thinking about it, but managed to back out.
Norman's not looking perturbed at all about this rain. He's still very much in control of that McLaren.
He's coming up on the back of Portis, who's driving for our American entry in the Lamborghini, car number 33. He's had a small little mistake in the entry of Ascari, and the Lamborghini's gone off. Oh, he's done well to keep that out the barriers on the exit of Ascari there.
Thank God for the
And
stands.
Mars going to capitalise on both of them.
Yeah, Mars going to get them both. Cameron Marr in the Porsche. 2 positions, 1 corner. That's how you do it. So we've seen car 918 in the pits. Obviously, that could be unrelated, but I wonder if perhaps we might start seeing drivers just starting to think about gambling on wet tyres.
It would be a gamble at this stage with light rain forecast for the next 15 minutes. I don't see the rain getting any heavier. I don't see any puddles on track. And I don't see too many cars struggling much either. Like they've had to reduce their entry speeds at the corners, but their lines are the same and still keeping pace.
Yeah, well, times are just starting to approach that point though. 155,
Yeah, true.
156. You start wondering, oh, is it worth pitting now?
Yeah, I'm just on my other monitor here, just watching my teammate. His last lap was a 156.1, so best time 157. It's hard to gauge it until you're behind the wheel, isn't it, really?
Yeah, that's right.
There's Belincic. He's picked up a penalty.
Oh, that'd be speeding in the pit lane. He was just in there. So that stop-go will be converted to a drive-through. As we're on board with Dan Dura, our race leader for team first name. It's making it look pretty easy at the moment.
Oh, this is the race on Oz guys, isn't it? The team first name?
Sergey Mironenko is from Race on Oz, but Dan and Stephen both race in our ACC series. So he did a 152 last time round. Well, there you go. He's not thinking about wets just yet. There's a nice dry line though, the wipers are going. Obviously, off that line, I'd imagine the water's starting to pool a bit.
Did we see some light rain at our previous 6-hour event at Bathurst? I think we saw like very, very light drizzle for only like 10 minutes or something from memory, didn't we?
Yeah, I want to say right at the very end, and I'm pretty sure when we kicked over to the practice session at the end of the race, it was bucketing down.
That's right. It was the last. Yeah, it was like the last real life Bathurst where it started like absolutely storming in the last 10 minutes of the race. The tents were getting blown around. And...
So we can see the track is now listed as green.
I'm just seeing in chat, double E, double S, double L, heavy rain in 15 minutes. And I still have no idea how to pronounce that name.
Just ASL. Beautiful shots there of the first chicane. You can see the car lifts there in the background. Hopefully they're not needed today or tonight.
Well, it's good to see that we haven't actually had a safety car either, so...
Yeah, race control did warn earlier before the race started. It would only be under extreme situations that the safety cars called out, usually right towards the beginning of the race, or maybe incidents that involve 3 or more vehicles where they're blocking traffic and causing severe loss of position. Which is how it should be. And I think this series does a really good job with the safety car and employing it where it's really needed.
Yeah, fortunately everyone was pretty well behaved at the race start.
Yeah, it was really good. There's a few cars with high ping, I think, which just comes naturally. Not with they didn't actually have bad connections. It was just 90 connections all at once on the server with all the cars right next to each other. Puts the game under a little bit of load, but as soon as the cars spread out, it was back to. Look at those pings now. Like everyone's very low greens. It's running like clockwork at the moment. So
I'm just starting to see some standing water on the track there. So this rain, I think, is going to hang around for a little while longer.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it is starting to pick up a bit now, from what we can see from the helicam shots.
I predict it's going to rain right up until the point that it's my second stint.
Yep, probably.
The Cameron Ma up into P9, making the move down into Ascari. He's been up a few positions the last few laps as Cameron. I think he...
No,
Isaac
there
Norman
goes
had
the
a big
McLaren
moment.
into the fence. And seeing another drive-through as well for Withers, 217. Contact turns 4 and 5.
Could it be the McLaren's just not set up correctly for this weather? A little bit skittish.
I have to say, when we're watching those Rennsport Porsches, they seem to be pretty well balanced even in these conditions. We saw Benefield, he was still using the exit curbs and even some of the AstroTurf, and just then Cameron Ma was just driving with absolute confidence. So whatever these guys are done with their setups, it seems to be very good as a hybrid setup.
We've seen that before, haven't we, Bender, during season 3, where it started absolutely pissing down, and the two Porsches just came from nowhere and like picked up like 3 or 4 positions and are right up the front of the pack. Might have been at Misano.
Yeah, I think it was Misano. Yeah, I think the rain conditions, I mean, the Porsche generally, unless it's changed in an update, high downforce, good through the corners car, perhaps not as strong in a straight line as, maybe the BMW, the Merc, the Audi can be at times. So let's see Dan Dewar into the pit lane here. Former race leader. Has he gone for the wet tyres?
Yeah, I was about to ask, I wonder if that's a change to wet tyres. Certainly seeing a bit of spray coming off the cars now.
Track's still listed as green. Here we go. We've had an update from race control. Heavy rain forecast in under 15 minutes. So there we go.
Oh dear.
Perhaps Dan, I mean, time will tell. Perhaps he's gone a little bit early, but if he keeps on the black stuff, that's all that really matters.
He's already looking for water, so those tyres are cooking.
We could see a bit of a shuffle here in the positions if anyone's a little bit underprepared or if they're stopped for the tyres when the heavy rain starts. Very easy to incorrectly gauge the PSIs settings for the wet tyres. You actually want them up quite a bit higher than your dry tyre, up around that 30 PSI mark. This is where everyone's testing and practice is going to come into play.
And just in case you thought 918's day couldn't get any worse, they've picked up another drive-through.
Looks like Zachary Smith, who was leading after Dan Dewar's pit, has also come in. Maybe he too is thinking that wet tyres are the go right now.
I'm not actually convinced that is the right decision, just looking at how Dewar's looking for water so early. Like, the track's just not wet enough at this stage. As hard as that is to believe, considering looking at the reflections on the on the track from the headlights here.
Starting to undercut the wet tyre change.
Yeah,
you
could
got-
be. I mean,
And it's a very risky strategy. If you go too early, you cook those tyres and they become worthless.
by the way, Simon Smythe, car 999, Beware of Blair, now leads the race. Porsche, driven by Marshall of 912, up into second, and Wenzel, Minison, car 505, up into third for now. Obviously, with the weather, that could all change very quickly.
But that Porsche Benefield there, said last night during the qualies that they were definitely a team to watch in the Pro-Am. Pro-Am. Done really well. Only 1 second right there behind P3, so.
Simon Smythe stays out. He's done a 157.6. That's right in that crossover point, lap time wise. So we see Marshall in from P2, so perhaps Simon, he's thinking, I'm going to stay out. Fuck it. If these guys can just hold on in front of the 5 to 10 minutes before pitting, you can swap drivers and then put the wets on.
Yeah.
And cut out a pit stop.
56.7 from Dewar though. I think the time to switch over to wets is about now. Certainly looking a lot more confident.
So Dan Benefit up into P2 after we've seen a couple of guys pit. What we really need is a tyre indicator whether guys are on wets or slicks, because that would really help out a bit later on.
We haven't seen this, but I think you're right. Just further back there on my other screen, I saw about 6 cars entering the pits there, likely for wets. So it's on. Anyone's still out there or going to push it for another few laps, maybe struggling.
Did Benefield actually come in, or is he still on slicks?
He's still on slicks, he hasn't pitted yet. But he has passed Wenzel. Wenzel was ahead of him, so we haven't seen it.
Well, looking at his last lap time, a 155.2, so maybe Dan's got a bit of webbed feet there, like a typical Kiwi.
If these guys keep going in front of the 5-10 minutes and then swap drivers, we might see some teams out of sync here. I mean, obviously, Dewar, Zach Smith, Marshall, they've all pitted. They could, assuming they put fuel in, go for another 60 minutes before pitting again, making a driver swap. So that could really throw things out in terms of knowing the running order and where guys really stand, who's got a pit still. 59.7 for Smythe, our race leader last time around. He's very ginger into De La Rogia chicane. That's what these guys are doing now. Maybe Dan Dewar and Zach Smith, they pit at the right time. I mean, we thought it was perhaps a lap or two early. I think they might have called it perfectly. They're gaining 2 or 3 seconds a lap now.
Yeah, with the first 1 or 2 laps, they're getting their wet tyres, which it doesn't take long to get them up to 10, but as everyone else is coming out of pits, they've got their wets up to speed and ready for action. So they could be doing, multiple seconds faster laps, at least for 1 or 2 laps.
So Benefield here in P2 is about, 3-4 seconds a lap faster than the race leader Smythe last time around. You can see from Helicam the track really starting to get some standing water on it now if you're off the racing line.
Yeah, Benefield's just got maximum confidence. He's right out onto the AstroTurf. He's still in the 55s. That's quite impressive, I have to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're Benefield right now, why would you pit? You're in the zone. The tyres are obviously still performing. And this time was slightly slower, 156.3, so he's lost about half a second on his previous lap time, but I mean, he's still 3.5 seconds a lap faster than the race leader. He's pulling away from Wenzel in third as well. He's in the 59s. It'll be interesting to see what Dan Dewar, Zach Smith, and Marshall on the wet zone. So they're pretty much matching, or at least Dan Dewar is. He's in the 56s. Benefield was in the 56s on the slicks. We think Dan, Zach, and Marshall on the wets though.
So we see a few new drivers enter the grid, get behind the wheel during those wet tyre stops. We've got Ack there in one of the Lambos. Further down the grid, I saw a few. Ross in the Mercedes 917 team. I'll be going, what have I got myself into?
Yeah, certainly difficult
Dixon,
times
neighbour,
to jump in the car.
Quite a few new drivers there on the grid.
Looks like Tui's in now for Ryan Anderson as well, in team last name, car number 2. Isn't this exciting? This is what we all wanted to see. We wanted to see a bit of dry, a bit of rain. This is what we wanted. At least that's what I wanted. I mean, I'm sure saying that there'll be comments flooding in chat. Bender, why would you wish for rain? All this rah rah rah. They're all
There'll be nothing worse than doing a 6-hour hot lap session. That's what we're here for. A bit of a challenge for our drivers, and definitely they've all put the hours in over the last 5, 6, 7 weeks to the point where you'd hope they'd handle this challenge easily and still show us a really good race. Some good battles.
And Captain Parallax in chat there. How you doing, mate? He says, I look away for a few minutes and it starts raining. Yeah, you don't look away, mate.
Is it heavy though yet, Bender? It's definitely medium looking, but do you reckon this is technically heavy?
Hard to say. I mean, we got the update from Race Control saying the track is now damp. The forecast shows, I guess, the heavier rain logo. I mean,
A bit of a moment there for Dewa.
Yeah, we're not seeing any cars like lose it in aquaplaning on straights or anything yet, so I think maybe technically we're in medium rain for now, but the pools will start, pools of puddles will start disappearing very soon. Very close there on that Lambo back.
Doesn't look like Alex. Either. Yeah, I was about to say, Alex hasn't found the button for the wiper yet.
All about aerodynamics.
Could be using bonnet cam. I know I use bonnet cam. I'm sure there's a few other guys out there who use it as well. So that could be the reason behind that. But there's a little moment in the entrance to Ascari, but scoops it up nicely.
Tense moments here.
The ball's on this guy. Through Ascari, top, only like 30 seconds behind that car in front in these conditions. That's very brave.
Could go for a dive up the outside, try and use the go-kart line, but he decides to just slide in behind Ack.
Ack hasn't been phased by the pressure applied from behind.
Well, Axe making the, I think, somewhat questionable move of defending the inside in the wet conditions. I mean, you make the person overtaking in the wet go to the inside because you break on the racing line, you know where the grip is. Go on the inside. Could hit puddles, you might skid, lock up. Just don't know. But he's held on to P15 for now.
And he got a nice run out too. So what, though, if Bone's not able to find this windscreen wiper, soon he might be finding himself into a wall. A few cars yet to put their headlights on. They would have failed their P's test.
Yeah, look at that. That's. Imagine gonna drive through that. Oh.
No, he's just had to ease off that accelerator there. He was. Our race director opting to change to a different view. So we can see what's going on.
The windscreen wipers can't break in this game, can they?
No.
Yes.
Oh, as we see,
I've got a car off there. That's not the
Cool.
truck and...
Yeah,
The headlights can though. If you punch into a wall pretty hard. Ooh, it's McLaren. He's going to lose one position. Will he lose two?
I think he's
Yeah, Bone thinks better of it. Oh,
the
that's
attack.
close. Oh, he's going to go for it, and he's turned him.
So
So,
there's repercussions there, I'd say, especially under these conditions. But yeah, so if you do crash into a wall and you hit the front of the car, it is possible for the headlights to only work when you brake as the front of the car dips forward. It's a nice little touch.
That's amazing. Bone's got to be using bonnet cam then, surely. I can't imagine. Oh no, he's got the wipers going. By the look of it. There we go. He's found the button.
conveniently after he goes past everyone.
Had other things on his mind. He didn't need to see.
Seeing's overrated, guys.
He was racing purely on his widget that shows the nearby cars.
So we're taking a good look at Timothy Cook here. Looks like he's sporting a fair bit of damage on the front of that car.
Yeah,
Needs
so
some spray paint.
that wouldn't all have been from that little touch just there that we saw at Parabolica. So might have had to do somewhere else.
They've been in the wars all race. Pretty well every single incident on track, they've somehow found a way to be the centre of it.
Almost side by side here is Lucas Marshall, one of the Rensport teams, Team 2.
Yeah, these are tricky conditions to be coming up on blue flag cars, I think. Oh, around the outside into a Scari. That is brave in these conditions. I think that's that beat up Mercedes ahead that's still going round. I can't believe they haven't pit. Maybe they did pit, just didn't repair the damage. I don't know, but yeah, seen better days, that's for sure.
Almost 2 hours into our 6-hour race here at Monza. It's starting to get pretty exciting too.
It's all happening. It's all happening.
I've got to say, it only feels like 1 hour so far.
Oh, we haven't seen this actually. We've been watching other battles, but Dan Benefield, who's on a bit of a charge, has passed Simon Smythe. Now, these two haven't pitted yet. Obviously, Dan Dura was a fair way ahead, but he's pitted for wets. He's cruising up to them. About 10 seconds behind Simon Smythe now.
Hang on, Smythe's still on slicks.
Yes, he hasn't pitted yet. Neither has Dan Benefield, who currently leads.
What's that man's previous lap times? That's showing incredible control of the car in these conditions with slicks. I mean, you can if you're on slicks, you can keep your car under control in these conditions. It just involves cranking up that traction control, ABS to a degree, and also engine mapping, putting it into rain mode, and just being very controlled on your throttle inputs. But you know, very soon. I mean, they're already losing seconds per lap compared to the cars on the slicks.
Do you think maybe they're taking a gamble that the rain is not going to hang around for as long as the forecast says it is?
That's a extremely risky gamble in this game.
Yeah, particularly when we only get updates about 15 minutes. I mean, it says, I guess, medium rain in 5 and 15 minutes time. So
yeah, track conditions still damp, and there's but 0 kilometers of wind. So you know those clouds aren't going anywhere in a big hurry. So.
Well, Ashlyn Reynolds back up to 16th. They've had a torrid time in the first third of this race. They've turned around at the start of the race and they've just been steadily picking their way through the field. Don't think this is the position. But yeah, Reynolds definitely on the move.
Hot into turn 1. Keeps it under control. He's right on the limit there though, by the looks of it.
Smythe, he's got Dwyer right behind him. Dwyer's going to make quick work of this. So maybe it's time to change that strategy if that's what they're hoping for. And yeah, straight away, straight into the pits. So now only Dan Benefield, currently leading the race, is out there on slick tyres. But well, if his pace hasn't changed. No, he's still under 2 minutes. That is seriously impressive. But you would think his team would be really thinking, yeah, it's time to come in and change over to wets. We're losing way too much time.
That's it. They've maintained the track position, but now's the time to lose a few so that you can stay in the fight for the long game. 4 hours left on the clock.
And here's our pole sitter team. And they've had a torrid time as well. Dilshan Luwani taking over the reins from...
Zahani?
That's the one.
So after that first lap or second lap incident for that team, has there been some other incidents that I missed when I was on my stint?
Well,
they
they got turned around into the second chicane and then going through a scary. I think maybe due to a little bit of damage, they got a big tank slapper on about halfway through and put themselves into the fence, and then they were collected by another car as they bounced back onto the circuit and
so
didn't really...
Down and just been working back through since then.
Yeah.
Always hard because there's no rule that says you're entitled to get past just because you're faster if you're a lapped car. So it comes down to the cars in front, whether they're nice enough to let you through when they recognise that you're a faster team. So. Still, there's a long way left in the race. Anything can happen. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. As I said at the beginning of the broadcast, these first 5 hours, they're not for racing. It's for setting yourself up for the run to the flag.
Yeah. Just trying to keep out of everyone's way. Want to go under the radar for as long as you can.
Trying not to get penalties.
Yep.
As we see, Benefield has finally blinked and dived in for the swap over to wet tyres, we would assume.
Yep, looks like driver change as well. Lachlan Bruce. Looks like he's in the car now.
Oh, and a penalty. Yeah.
Speeding in the pit lane, it's so
That's-
easy to do.
Catching a lot of people out. But you would have thought that a lot of these teams would have been practicing their pit entry.
Well, he's picked that up, I'm going to assume, after the driver swap, because it wasn't there on the entry to pits for Benefield. So I'm going to say perhaps Bruce, a little bit too eager to get out the box, didn't really flick the pit limiter on, and might have just creeped over the 50-kilometre speed limit.
That would be incredibly frustrating to those guys, especially after a monster stint in the rain on slick tyres from Benefield.
Hello guys, I'm back.
Hello.
Has it been an hour?
I think so, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll do.
it's-
Just dipped under 4.
It has been an hour.
time goes by quickly, and on that note, I will depart you guys. Wish you all the best for the rest of the race.
You're picking up at a pretty exciting time right now, I'd say. So,
Well, I've still got a
I'm gonna
little while to get in the car, but got to get ready.
yeah, I'm gonna go get ready as well for my next stint. So,
Well,
all right,
this
guys.
is going to be tight. It's getting... Looks like it's getting heavier. Either way, this rain has really spiced things up. Not sure if everyone's enjoying this, but we certainly are.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm enjoying it.
Brucey's unfortunately picked up a drive-through. His teammate speeding into the pit lane, it looks like. Or it could have been Brucey getting it wrong on exit. Pretty good time to drive through with all this traffic.
Yeah, it was definitely a pit lane infringement.
David Neighbour pushing hard for COVID-19 racing. This is for position. He's battling Corey Tui for team last name.
And got him.
Very clean.
There was a bit of smart driving from Tui there. Just recognised that Neighbour had the pace over him going into the first corner and just decided to let him have it. Still got just under 4 hours left of racing. Bit of a slide there.
Twitchy. Track is now deemed wet. So there you go. 24-degree temperature on track. I'm enjoying the rain, but I just hope it doesn't go one more and get turned into a thunderstorm, because that is hectic. But it can happen. Reynolds, P15. He's worked hard. Push up the field here. Nissan in the wet. This is his bread and butter.
Yeah, I think he's going to get both these guys. Nissan is looking pretty planted at the moment.
So if they can try and get themselves pushed up into the top 10 with a couple of laps or a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours left, you just never know.
Well, 6-hour race, and it's not over until the checkered flag drops. So, 2 laps down though. 2 laps or 1 lap?
Just checking, I think it's only 1. They might be, I'm just going to try and find track position for Dan. If my mouse wants to rock up. Anytime, mouse. There we go. So Dan is at Parabolica. No, Lesmo 1 or 2. He's completed 65 laps. Reynolds has completed 64. So maybe they're 1 lap down. Oh, nice.
Ooh,
We'll
picks
see.
up that barrier.
Car 37 has to retire. You can't do driver swaps. Don't know why, but
Those.
there's always one team that gets shafted in that regard. 1.4 update cannot come soon enough. Is there a yellow flag I just saw pop up?
Yeah, the Audi.
Whoa. Saxon, who's just jumped in. Sorry to hear, Bart. Yeah, that's game end. That's not server end. That's It's frustrating, that's what it is.
It's always frustrating to have something fail and you just don't know why it has failed on you.
Yeah.
Especially if you've come 2 hours into the race and you walk away with nothing.
Yeah, only I can suggest, Bart, is just to all of you leave the server. Ooh, neighbour, a little bit fidgety there. Yeah, all leave the server and then try and get in the car that way. And pray for a safety car. There'll be some type of little thing that we're not worried about. Could be some router issue or just something strange that sends from one PC to another. But yeah, Reynolds is on a flyer. He does enjoy this GTR. But David Neighbour doing a fantastic job to hold him off. I've been in that position before ahead of Ashland. He won't force the issue, but geez, he'll put the pressure on. He'll let you know that he's there, and he's got a great run, Curva Grande.
It almost looked as though Neighbour just got out of the throttle for a moment there.
I think he's finding a little bit more slippy. And looks like Reynolds is going to get that move done. Well done. Yo, Malik, what's the gap at the front? Well, see the leaderboard on the left? It's... If I go back down to say Neighbour, it'll show. So yeah, I can't adjust it unless I'm looking in a different vehicle. But the gap should be roughly 20 seconds. Again, the time updates, it's an ACC thing.
It's looking pretty tight at the front here for second place.
40 approx. Marshall v Smith. Great battle. Under a second. It's a rapid team, Rensport 2. Doing some great things. Not bad, good size. I heard someone say get the dogs before. Whilst I was off air, that was quite funny. That's McLaughlin, isn't it? Isn't he what he says?
I've got no idea.
Barracuda says Kuno's dev team in ACC crashed last week when they tried a driver swap. So if anyone's aware of it, it is the dev team, which is probably the best team it's happened to, as Stavros done a loopy loop in what could possibly be the most banged up Mercedes I've ever seen on track.
Well, they're not giving up, to their credit.
That's it. Welcome to the grid, Iago, and all the others that joined earlier. In. They do need that. That is correct. Who made it rain? Some bastard. It's very dry up in the commentary box. We're dry up here, aren't we, Matt? In the OOR blimp.
Well, I'm pretty happy here.
We'll stay on board with this battle for a while. Marshall v Smith. Great run out of Ascari for Marshall.
He's going to try it around the outside. Might find more grip around the outside. He takes the go-kart line. Oh, look at that.
Got him.
So much drive there. It just doesn't look as though Zachary is very comfortable in the rain at the moment.
I'd be very interested to know how much practice that these guys have done in the wet. Timothy Cook. I said it before the race. I watched him last ACC series. He was in the McLaren and he was an absolute rocket in the wet. I think he won the race by like 40 seconds or something silly. That's a sprint race. I'm not sure if the car has any damage. I did see it go off earlier.
Oh, he's been in the war. That team has been in the wars since the start of the race. Really, didn't they get turned around at the first chicane?
Yeah, turned around. I think they will turn around twice, or they came off track at least another time.
Yeah, they've had a couple of off-track excursions, but they're still hanging around there in the top 10. So it's not a bad comeback. Things could be a lot worse for them.
Yes. Yeah, still in the top 10. Nothing to frown upon there. We'll be unhappy about too much.
Well, they could be having the day just like the Simfire Motorsports team.
Oh, yes. And yes,
Currently,
right. Martin clipped him at Parabolica. That's the
and they're struggling down there in 737 after starting on pole position. So a bit of a disaster for those guys.
Yep, head down, bum up. 1 minute 56.8 last lap there for Ashland. It's heavy rain, Garrick, and it's going to be about for a little bit. So at our Bathurst 6 hour, we didn't get any rain until I think it was a few minutes to go. It just started to drizzle, and the forecast was rain in 15. But here, welcome. Haven't seen the safety car yet, which is probably a good thing. As Sierpiel gets a move done on Dean. Thanks for the Twitch Prime, Angs. 1 year, baby. Nah, I'm pretty sure that's heavy rain. It's when it gets the thunderstorm. It's that's the next one up. Any news on custom paints? You can do custom paints. Paints are fine. All these liveries are custom painted based on a template, except the Lexus. Boo, Lexus!
There it is.
Started me off again. I don't think people realise how hard it is to implement a livery designer or editor. Yeah, okay. Fair. So yeah, all these liveries have been designed by their teams, except the Lexus's, which is official liveries, because Toyota don't allow custom liveries. I think in 1.4 update we're going to expect the ability to change your helmet, change your suit and gloves. What teams I mate Prindles in? Prindles is in Beware of Blair. We'll cross over to them now if you like. This team. This pink beauty. Thank you, Garrick. So, white lightning symbol is the heavy rain, the yellow one's the thunderstorm. Just coming out to a blue flag car now. Yeah, so you might notice on iRacing that it's not an official implementation. As I got to use paint shop or whatever it's called, whatever that trading paints is. Because I'm sure officially in a licensed game or a licensed series, they do really try and avoid obscene liveries, which is a boundary that many people try and cross. Yeah, but didn't they take a game update to do? Is anyone on wets? I believe there's most teams.
I would imagine, yes, everyone is on wets at the moment.
Oh, because I was led to believe that the last update, the 1.311 or whatever it's up to, was a livery update for that SRO Esports. But yeah, we didn't have the budget of those guys, so we won't be custom liverying like that. These are pretty enough for me.
Well, they're actually not too bad, most of the liveries. Get plenty of colour options and paint options. Go with chrome or matte.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that field, Garrick. What? Yeah, I'm very interested to see what file they use for the custom though. Oh. Who's that? Let's be honest, if we're going to put something obscene on a car in this game, it's going to be the Lexus. Yes, Hotspur. That's dead right. It will just be a steaming pile of horse. Yeah. Thank you very much for the 100 bits there, Max. Appreciate that. Let's go through the field a little bit. See how everyone's faring. Alex Bowen.
Looks like he's just been passed by Reynolds.
Oh, there's a McLaren off.
Around. Is that the truck?
Oh, it's both McLarens. If they're coming together.
They've come off at separate parts of that circuit, though. I'd say one McLaren's gone wide, and the other one's gone oversteering.
Of course you are. I'm sorry. I just got a text message. I know who one of the people is in chat. I won't say who, but that's funny. Yes, mate. Lexus, send your liveries through, and I'll make sure it gets on their next update. Let's watch that replay back. So car 313. Here we go. Let's see where he's come off. Just there.
I'm willing to bet he's done it by himself.
Oh, I hope he hasn't hit a car coming back on track. This is a replay for those watching at home. He has lost it himself.
He might have gotten spooked by the McLaren in the gravel trap there.
Oh. They both lost it at the same corner. Totally on their own.
Mid-engine cars. And
So,
that's a lot of damage.
it is. Rip in chat for McLaren. Welcome to the grid there, Pete and Rosso. Is the Audi's having an adventure? Before custom liveries, I would prefer some kind of live timing, at least for endurance. Mate, 100%, Garrick. We're actually working on our own director, spectator client at the moment. Similar to one that you can do on iRacing. We've obviously sent a few things to the devs because there's a couple of errors in the codes, and the ability to have live timing is just not currently possible. No doubt that will be fixed. We'll try to get it up for this race, so we have a separate screen that you guys can watch, which is live timing, but at the moment, you're just going to be able to see what we see. Bull, kill me now. So it's going to... I don't know if it's going to be wet for the rest of the race. We've only got to see 15 minutes in advance. Very cheap bureau meteorology in this game. The devs have to give you access. So far, that's only for people at SRO Silver. Fair enough, Andy. So apparently the Maccas... Yeah, I guess that's a good point. McLaren's probably gone with the complete dry setup. Gambled. Brucey, who's been in a lot of action today. P5 at the moment. Oh yeah, Spidey, I don't think, yeah. I hope not. I prefer driver stops to function. Well, they're a lot better than they were, I'll tell you what, Richard. Our sole BMW in this quick racing. Oh, we've tried. Some of the API data isn't outputted at a certain rate. I couldn't tell you the exact terminology, but our app developer will confirm with me. Big shout out to him. Chatting on the toilet. I shouldn't be. Don't think this chair's toilet. Oh, talking to Spidey. Thank you very much for the sub there, Max Bass. So Cook. Oh, I just saw the
Lambo's just gone off there. That's Bone. God, he's another one who's been in the wars all day.
the live timing, Brado. What was the issue to get it bang on? I can't remember what you said. Welcome to the grid, firefighter. Yeah, that track looks wetter than an otter's pocket. That's the PG version of that joke. Big shout out to Oliver Shoesmith, who's been assisting us this last couple of weeks with the server. Takes a bit of pressure and load off myself. Reynolds quietly though. P10.
Yeah, he's right on it. He seems very comfortable in the wet.
Looking at P9, and that's less with bloody halfway of the race done, and he was nearly dead last early. At the moment, the sectors are only updated once per lap, and position changes are only updated per sectors. Yep. Funnily though, when the game first came out, I'm pretty sure it was live, but it caused another issue, and that issue was a bit more severe than not having live timing, so they fixed that. What's the yellow bars on the left of the manufacturer logo? That's Ping. Which isn't too bad. It's normally the start of the race, or if a heap of people pit, the pressure, the CPU usage goes up, so ping's much more important. But once the field spreads out, like B15, Blivac, he's currently in he's a Briton, so he's in, not sure about where, just bouncing about a little bit.
Oh, this is going to get awkward here.
Oh. Kind of done well. Oh, here's an opportunity for Reynolds.
No, he'll have him here.
Yeah. Outside the
54. That 50. Nope, sorry. That 19 GT has been getting a lot of. Yeah. Although, should have the inside line, and here you will just jam it up the inside there. Good move.
Good move.
So Reynolds continues his charge back.
Rather at least.
He's got about 16 seconds to catch the next car ahead of him though.
Yeah, there must be something to do with live updates to a certain degree, the API. iRacing does have live data, but the position changes on your end don't change until the end of a lap. I'm glad that's not the case, but it might as well be. So what you will notice, position changes, if you look in the bottom right, the actual driver HUD on the right hand side is live. If you get past someone, it'll update instantly, but it doesn't update on the leaderboard. Oh, it's still a work in progress, and I'm really do appreciate the work that's been put into the game, because it's constantly being updated. They constantly listen to those that play the game, that host leagues. And Aris is, from my dealings with him, he's a very nice person.
Yeah, look, big shout out to Kunos. They've really improved this game ever since it came out. Like, I remember when I first played for a while, I just gave up on it, went back to the original Assetto Corsa, and then came back to it only about a couple of months ago, and it was just completely different and so much better that I've actually picked it up again.
And here we are. And in saying that, a big shout out to Kunos again. As you're all aware, due to COVID-19, Italy's copped it fairly royally. And one thing that I found amusing, not to do with COVID, but to do with updates with these sim racing games, is Codemasters have had bugs and stuff, and a bigger team than Kudos, and I'm pretty sure they've got a bigger budget. Couldn't pump an update out in the last month or so when COVID first started. Whilst COVID was active and whilst the guys were at home, and hey, they probably had a lot more other things on their mind at the time. I think there was 3 updates from Kunos in like 2 weeks, and they're all based in Italy. The majority. I was like, that's impressive. There, exactly. And that's why I'm always happy to buy DLC once you've got the product in your hand, so you own the base game, for example, Assetto Corsa, or Assetto Corsa Competizione, to purchase that DLC. The stuff that they've been working on, that takes time, takes money. I was one of those that bought it, pre-order. Was it pre-order or was it just beta?
I think it was just early access.
Yeah, early access, and it was like $20-something. Best $20 I've spent.
Yeah, it is now. Absolutely loving ACC now.
All I ask for now is that those big Europe groups, don't forget about Asia Pacific and North America. Don't forget about us. We're putting in the work. Happy that it's not an F1 style release.
Yeah, I quite like that too. I like that they're continuing to work on the product they have released rather than just pump them out every year.
Yep. Ooh, that's a good save there, Ashley. So you can just kind of see now that the timing sheet's getting a few gaps. So Reynolds now has unlapped himself from P2s. There's one more car that he needs to unlap himself for.
No, he is flying. It was good thinking as well from Marshall just to sidestep the Nissan.
Thank you for the resub there. Dirty, wet race rip. It's been pretty wet for now, 3/4 of it. Feels like it that way.
There's nothing wrong with a wet race. What's wrong with you?
I like a mixed bag. Mixed bag really just throws a spanner into the works.
No, I don't like that actually. I don't like mixed weather.
No, mix it up.
No,
as
no,
long
no,
as
no,
it gets
no.
heavy.
No. I'll tell you a story when way back in 2003 when I was racing, and mind you, I have lived in Canberra my entire life. We dead set had a year where every race meeting it would just rain and then sunshine, rain and then sunshine, rain and then sunshine. It was like that all day. It was such a pain in the ass because you'd sit there in the pits with no wheels on the damn kart and you'd just wait for the last second to decide what tyres to put on. It was a pain in the ass. I hated it.
That is frustrating.
On the plus side, I got really good at driving in the rains on slick tyres.
There you go, you learned something. Firefighter, that's great internet, mate. Good on you. Canberra.
Well, it paid off last year. I was doing an endurance race, and the last hour, with about 45 minutes to go, it absolutely bucketed down rain. And I think I picked up about 10 laps on everyone in that last 45 minutes, and we ended up in the top 10.
That's amazing. Big bunch here. So Ashley Smirling. P17 for our AM team. It's a great effort. Couldn't agree more, firefighter. Lord Howard's just throwing names out. I think he's throwing battles. So rain is still going to persist for at least another 15. Look, I'd try and pronounce Aris's full name, but I'd be doing it injustice. He's just one of the developers for Kunos. Yeah, so I don't want to see it, but I do want to see it. If it's a thunderstorm, you wait to see the water on the track. It's epic. I've seen and called a thunderstorm race here for a sprint race. It had a bit of everything. Thanks for the follow there before. Torefa. So we're approaching the halfway mark of our 6-hour race. Team First Name lead the way. I don't know if anyone knows the story behind Team First Name, Team Last Name, what the joke is. If you're an avid F1 fan, you might know. I'll leave it up to you in Twitch chat. If you can tell us the story behind the name. I tell you what though, Lucas Marshall for Team Rensport, only 11 seconds behind the leader. They're slowly reeling that in. Last lap for Dan was a 2:01. For Marshall it was a 1:58. So what's Dan's lap this time round? 2:06, so he's had an off somewhere. Trying to look through the sectors. I can't see anything massively different. Maybe it's just getting a little bit damper.
Well, the one thing that separates a good wet weather driver from a bad wet weather driver is confidence. If you don't have the confidence, you're not going to perform well.
That's right.
And
Marshall's
attitude
lap
is a
time.
big thing.
Look at that.
Attitude is yeah, 58. Yeah. And attitude is a big thing as well. If you're going to sit there and go, oh God, it's raining, you're not going to go well.
Nah. You just got to knuckle down. So 8 seconds the last lap you gained. So now that gap's under... Oh, it's under 10. It's down to 8 seconds.
Yeah, he's made up a second in that first sector. He's going really well. This battle for first will be on in probably a handful of laps.
Oh. Race Hill, Price-Dale, Bliv is off. Kept it out of the fence though, so he'll be able to get back on track and resume formalities. Also, I've noticed Lucky Bruce, P4. He served a drive-through as well today, so that team flying, just getting past the Mercedes and Lachlan Henderson.
Notice both those two Rensport Porsches are absolutely flying in these conditions.
Oh, speaking of which, good save, Brucey.
He's there. That was well done.
Can you call it a commentator curse as it happens? That was... Gee whiz.
That was uncanny, a little bit freaky.
Because you would have started saying that before. Like, yeah, that's great. Anyway, you managed to hold on to P4, Henderson P5.
Well, it's...
Dan's pitted. Dan Dewar has pitted. I'm wondering if they're on different tyres or just another driver swap. Not enjoying the wet. Get me out of this car.
I did note that the number 1 Mercedes did pit fairly early, and Dewar was really searching for the water. So maybe those tyres, they've got the edge taken off them. They've got to that stage where they just started feeling like jelly.
Yeah.
And once they get to that stage, it's very hard to bring them back.
So this race has really been spiced up from this rain.
You gotta love endurance racing.
Yep. Everyone was saying, BOP the Merc, give it a ballast. And I said, just let the race take shape. The BOP is actually designed, I'm fairly sure, for a 3-hour race. That's why for the esports race, I think it was SRO, but they added ballast for a 1-hour race. Whereas this is a 6-hour. You got to deal with fuel. And you got cars like the Porsche, the McLaren, the Ferrari that are a little bit nimbler in the wet. So I'm glad we didn't do that. What tyres car number 1 on? I believe all the drives out there will be on wet tyres.
It's also very hard to make a BOP adjustment just based on qualifying, because some people know how to set up a qualifying car and others don't. So you make a change and then suddenly the tables turn completely. You've done the wrong thing.
And also in saying that, every competitor or every entrant, they had choice to pick whatever car they wanted.
This is true.
If they didn't want the Merc, they didn't want the Merc. They can't go pick something else and say, "Oh, nuke the Merc." Just pick the Merc.
Well, balance of performance also shouldn't be used as a punishment for success and hard work. So, you know,
Brucey
get good.
has been more sideways this lap.
I was going to make the comment that he looks like he's having a bit of an inspection session.
You're banned from that. Nah, say it. Do it. Just getting past some blue flags. Audi, our lone Audi. Welcome to the grid, Gladiator. Fuck.
That's a creative name.
And welcome to the grid, Mondo. Hello. Yeah, that's right, Richard. There's a couple of cars in that boat. Lexus is better on the race. GTR, in my opinion, is better in the race. And the Aston at this track. You watch, everyone's going to say, nuke the Ferrari at Paul Ricard. Which you kind of can't do. But I'm going to if Cook's in it. Well, this is for track position, P2 versus P3. With P4 that far behind. Oh, a little bit of a touch.
Also a drive-through for Jarecki.
One of the Lexus.
And Henderson's actually taken advantage of that, and he's now up to 3rd.
So after 82 laps, this is the gap for P2, P3, P4. Oh, this Porsche is not enjoying Parabolica.
Yeah, I'd say those rear tyres are done. I think from memory, the 911 also pitted very early before the actual rain came in, so maybe the edge has been taken off the rear tyres of this Porsche.
Still sub 2. As Hendo looks to go from P4 to P2 in the space of 3 corners. Oh, he just hits the apex. Oh, this is
Is that going to give Bruce a chance now? Up to
I
the
can't
second
watch.
chicane.
Can't
Oh, I
watch.
can.
Curva Grande. Easy to overdrive it here.
Ooh, they're getting close.
Smitty's just ease off. Probably a good idea.
Smart driving, I think. Still got 3 hours 20. Still setting yourself up for that final hour.
And Brucey's go back on board with him. Oh, he's a bit deep. He's managed to pull that around all right. So drive through for car 4, lap 80, corner 2, causing a collision. So Henderson, can he capitalise now, getting some clean air ahead of him? The Porsche looks a little banged up. As does the Ferrari. Yeah, just settle down now. Dennis Cho for Weenie Barbini Racing. How far back is he at the moment? Just heading to Ascari. So 23 seconds back. These guys started, I believe, around P15-ish area. That's a solid effort. Reynolds and the other GTR, P9, and the other GTR, all 3 of them into the top 10. Which is a great effort, because I don't think we had one GTR in the shootout. Oh, poor Saxon in the Audi. Blue Flag City. We've got 20... We've lost 2 cars, it looks like. We've lost the Aston Martin, so Bitterchuk Racing. And one of the team Rensports. Is that right, Franco? Are you in chat still? Could be wrong. I'll soon find out.
Geez, Reynolds has really sliced that gap to Ferguson quite nicely.
Yeah, 1.1. Great recovery drive there from the Nissan. I've seen footage back of what took place early on. Looks like a connection issue. Shafted a few. $15 seconds is the lead for the Porsche. All 2 Porsches into the top 3. They'd be absolutely stoked with that, as Brucey has a great drive out of Parabolica. Will he have the speed though in the wet to make a move here at first chicane? I don't think so.
Try for the outside. I think he's going to send it.
They're pretty good under the brakes, these
There
Porsches. Yeah, Hendo was well aware of that. So who to think at Porsche 1 and 2 at the moment here at Monza? Rain's going to persist.
Well, both these Rensport Porsches are just almost on rails. We've seen a lot of slides from Bruce, but he seems to have pulled himself together, and now he's putting in some very competitive lap times.
Loose car is a fast car, is that what they say?
Depends on the driver, I think.
Yeah. So Adam Dean, blue flagged at the moment. Oh, the Audis are spinning.
That's not what you want to see.
Oh, for a moment there, I thought he clipped one of the lead cars. Yes, Pyro, we've been discussing that. He's just got past Ferguson. Now he's 2.8 seconds behind Serpule. He's putting the big pressure on the Blair family to deliver the goods when they get back in the car. Am I taking crazy pills? Or did you switch out early? Dua is in the...
He was in the number 1, but yes, he has jumped out of the car.
Yep.
Not sure if it was early.
Yeah.
I think
could have
he
been
was in the car
timed.
for-
I don't think we've seen Bull yet.
No, this is Bull's first stint.
So Zachary Smith and P4 is pitted. Now max driver stint time is 140 minutes with a single stint of 70 minutes. Tyres are ruined too. Thank you for the follow, Gammy. The number 19 is doing nice laps. So the current fast guys that are fast on track. Brucey's doing 56s. This is the car we're watching now. Reynolds in car 19 is doing 56s. Those under the 2 minute mark. Got Marshall in the 58s, Henderson in the 58s, Serpiel in the 58s. Stephen Bull also, she's just done a 56 on his first main lap. So straight into the car and straight into the pace. Thanks for the follow there, John. John, not John. That's all right, Zephyro. Welcome from Germany. Guten Abend. I'm actually not sure what time it is over there.
I would have a guess it's about 8 in the morning over there.
Guten Morgen. There you go. 10:22. Because I gave him fresh tyres, Malik. Oh, you just a nice bloke, Dan. Oh, this is tight.
That's a nightmare.
Ooh,
Especially for
the McLaren's around.
That's a nightmare too.
It's a 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, there's a nudge. Reynolds on the Lexus. These are all battling for track position. Smith, Serpiel, Reynolds, Ferguson. Which one of these four is going to end up in the kitty litter? G'day, James. Reynolds is really pushing on that Lexus. I think he might have him.
He's got to run now.
But he's got a Ferrari in the way. Copyright.
The Ferrari too. He's going for the Ferrari.
He's done it. So Reynolds
2 cars in one straight. Not bad.
absolutely flying at the moment. Jack, sorry, it was James in the car. The other Zach. There is Garrick.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, whatever. I'm not watching. Feed him, Mungo. Oh, if you don't mind, 3 hours into the race, 3 wide into turn 1, in the wet, and they've pulled it off.
Outstanding driving from all 3 drivers. They had very good awareness. I'm sure at least one of them had a team member in their ear screaming that they're 3 wide.
Love it. Very well done. Yes, so Garrick, on the, which one is it? On the entry list, below shorter names, you've got to add nationality, and then you've got to type the nationality code into that. You find those codes. If you save a car JSON, just check the file, and it'll show the nationality code there. I've got a list somewhere of the nationality numbers, but you have to have that edited in to each driver on the entry list, and they do work then. Yep. At the moment, it doesn't add it by default. So Reynolds, man of the hour. Up to P6. Ferguson, the third of the Porsche teams into the top 7. I think we've had a retirement though. We've lost Porsche team number 4. Zach James. P9. So that was a great battle, and no one really came away wrecked. Oh, that's not the spirit. Oh, Pyro, you're in form as well, mate. Meanwhile, up the front, Bruce has clawed back that lead to under 8 seconds. So it's just starting to tighten up in a few areas. Still staying wet. Ahead of him is our leading amateur driver, or team, sorry, Ashland Schmerling. Don't mind that livery. Rich energy, love it. Moves over nicely and early. Probably don't stay on the grass though. You'll end up in the fence. Every time you press escape, it resets the HUD. It takes away the times. It's a bit frustrating. So it looks like the rain has really settled in. Hello Bart, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you, Malik. First time out here.
Can't get on track, might as well come up here.
Oh, it's a bit drier out here, I think.
Just a little bit. Yeah, some serious rain indeed, Garrick. I don't see it easing up anytime soon. But you never know. Did you manage to get a stint in it all, Bart?
Nah, my stint was meant to be the next one up, but yeah, just couldn't get in.
There's always one teammate that cops that at the moment.
Yeah, I was on the fence about it. Come in for the rain or stay out.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you saw on Twitch chat earlier, someone was telling us the dev team, well, when they participated in the race, the same thing happened to them. So the actual developers of ACC have had it happen to them. So no doubt they're working on it.
Yeah, it's best when it happens to the dev team, they can actually get onto it.
Yep, so they know it exists. With high traction control, rain is pretty manageable. It is. It kind of depends on the track. Sometimes when it's traction control is too far up, you're not getting that rotation. Well, I find not getting that rotation enough, or it's a little bit too boggy down. But Monza's pretty good. It's when you get thunderstorms of that sitting water that's just a bit of a nightmare.
I think a controlled right foot is also pretty good too.
Yes, that does help.
Staying off the paint helps as well.
That as well. So Henderson's now nearly under 5 seconds to the leader. So he's really reeling in Bruce. We've seen a couple of pitters though.
Yeah, the 912 came into the pits.
Yep, and he's coming in behind Bull. Show now on the Nissan GTR P3. They're having a good run. Thank you for the biddies there, Richard.
And welcome to the commentary box, Lachlan.
Hello, hello.
How's your race been going, Lachlan?
Not great. We're about 5 laps behind the leader, and we've been in many incidents.
That happens sometimes. But you're still out there.
We're in it for the fun.
That's it. Malik, if I have to do 2 wet stints, I'm going to get stabby. Well, mate, I'd be holding off in your last stint at this stage because it doesn't look like it's going to be easing up anytime soon. As we see a lot more people pit. So Reynolds and Sierpiel are pitting from P6, P7. So we will see James jump back up a couple of spots. Moss liked that win stint. That's good. Someone has to. Dennis disconnected 4 minutes before his stint ended.
Oof.
Oh, so he's gone. Can't you all leave the server and jump back in the car? You'll be down a little bit, but that sucks.
Who would you say your drive the race so far is, Malik?
Probably Brucey, mainly because he's actually served a drive-through and still P1. But that's really hard to say.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers that really deserved at this stage, but I think we should hold off on that for another at least 3 hours.
Yeah. Pyro, are you being funny? Yeah, there's been a lot of teams though that have really impressed overall. There's been a few unlucky teams, like the car number 1. They started P8, they're up to P3. Most of the Porsche teams have all gained positions, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'll say Brucey for now. What about you?
Yeah, I haven't seen much more than the dash of our car, but yeah, I don't know.
Safety car's been pretty good. No mistakes today.
Absolutely.
I think Reynolds is doing a good one. He was a lap down.
Oh, yeah, Reynolds.
On the lead.
Big pressure now on Scott Blair to capitalise on Reynolds' amazing stint. There's a lot of people in that chat room. That's great.
It got loud eventually, every once in a while.
The voice lobby.
Yeah. Every time, when the rain started and everyone started getting into spins, everyone was all up in arms about incidents, something. And it got really loud. Difficult to concentrate while driving.
Speaking of the man, he's awfully happy with himself. He's giving himself driver of the day. So well done, Conan. Driver of the day, Monza 6 hour. Thanks for the follow there, Cainsley. And Anfomax, welcome. It was a great stint. We've lost a couple of teams now through technical issues, through disconnections, through damage. So we've lost the Nissan of Winnie Bobini Racing. Team Rensport 4's out, and Bitterchuk, which is your team, Bart.
Yeah, a little bit of that we're out, but I think we'll live. Aston wasn't the best car for choice.
Yeah, it wasn't great in quali, but it was looking not too bad out there on the race. But
the thing's super stable. Like, you can just throw it in and it'll hold. But yeah, just no power out of the corners.
I have to say the same about the Ferrari. It doesn't like the bumps, especially through Ascari, and especially in the rain. We just haven't been able to handle it.
Suma's back in the 505 now, saying we're P27. We'll see over the line. Yeah, I've got your P27. If you disconnected completely, it'll put you a couple of laps down. Hopefully the timing ship updates if you're not too far back. Like, I don't think you would have lost 5-6 laps. Simfade. There we go. Oh, not over yet. Thanks to you there, race control. So Chien Poon is currently P20 for Simfei. They've had not the race they wanted, but they're hanging in there, fighting for P19 at the moment, but a few laps down.
Well, 3 hours left in the race, anything can happen. They may be able to salvage a top 15 position, you never know.
That's right.
always hanging for hope for these races.
Yeah, rain throws some curveballs into it easily.
And if you're down in the pack, you can take some risks and see how far you can jump. We've gone from dead last up to looks like 23rd, and we pit onto the wedge quite early. They were on fire for the first few laps, but after a while, we were gaining time on people.
Yep. Yeah, you just gotta. It's all about consistency. Not to panic too hard. I do hope the rain does ease up at some stage. It's still 15 minutes wet as we see a car.
Yeah. I don't think the rain will stop for this race. If not, it would ease up near the end, but it's not Melbourne.
No. Stock the tropics are just... It's going to rain. It's going to keep raining. Team Lexus up 11 spots to 9th. Yeah, Lexus have been impressive during the race. Currently, Adam Jurecki's in the car. And also, Hani Corey is in the other Lexus. So they're both into the top 10 as Adam Jurecki pits.
It was a pretty dark horse choice.
And a pit lane infringement for Jurecki.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
That's been a running theme today.
Yep.
Yellow at Lesmo 1.
0 kilometre win, rain is going nowhere. It's here pretty much for every other event we have over Monza. It's actually raining in Melbourne. It can rain outside, that's great.
Also, it was raining sideways in Canberra.
I'm going to check the weather for Moe.
Are we going to get into this contest again?
Dry as a bone in Tasmania.
And as you,
Sounds about right.
as you saw, our car, that's our race so far.
Can I borrow your toaster? Oh, sorry, mate. I've used a few. They don't seem to break in the bath. I keep throwing them in before I get in there. I keep doing it all wrong.
Oh, that got dark.
And Bunnings have signed out of rope, so you're in trouble there, Cook. It's so cold in Brisbane right now. It's like 20 degrees. Oh, you bastard. Carl James drive through, so that was obviously a converted stop-go for speeding the pit lane. There you go. Right, guys, I'll leave you to it for 50 minutes or so, and I'll be back.
Alright, have fun.
Yeah, Mark, have fun.
Alright, see ya.
I'll be here.
Right.
I do wonder with the wet how fuel sensitive the Mercs were going into the race.
Yeah, it's already heavy on fuel, so rain won't help it.
Yeah, I remember on the chat comms, one of the teams already said that was a 3.3 litre burn per lap, so
Yeah.
there's a strategy info.
At Bathurst, it was like 4.2. It was something insane. People might say that that's the ballast the Merc needs, but the Merc needs much more of a ballast.
You still got to get it around the corners. It's not just a point-and-click car.
Yeah, but it's not a slouch in the corners either.
Well, at the moment, it's the Porsche that's on top, so...
Followed by 2 Mercedes.
And then another Porsche in 4th, and then a Ferrari in 5th.
So
Yeah,
this
but
is shaping up to be a great race.
Porsche is pulling away. That setup on that car's being worked on extremely hard.
And then you got this Nissan of Blair. That was absolutely flying in the wet in the hands of Reynolds.
That's not patting him too much on the back. He won't be able to fit back in the car.
Oh, that's
crash!
not... Oh!
Oh.
Oh, that... Yeah, it's a new pair of undies right there.
Oh, Brown flag, brown flag.
New seat.
Just get rid of it, burn it. So what happened here? I'm just looking through the replay now to find it. This replay system isn't great. Who knows?
So who are you on board with here?
We're on board with an Aston of somebody. 919, Michaela.
Yeah, I think this was just before the spin.
I have a feeling he may have been tangled up with this group of cars here.
Hit the
Maybe
group.
been try and get the words out. Offsided by these guys. Oh!
Barney's let him through and he's just punted him at the end.
Oh,
Oh!
gotta hurt.
What position was Michaela running in? P8 or 9?
P9 at this stage, I think.
I think it was up to maybe 7th, around there.
That's gotta hurt.
And drive-through is being handed out left, right and centre. So we got one for James and another one for Viney.
Assuming for that incident.
I would assume so.
I think James is still for the speeding in the pits.
Oh, okay.
So Bruce into the pits. And that should... there's another car facing the wrong way.
Looks like a
think that's-
McLaren.
Yeah, I think it's the James May racing car again. That car's been in the wars, facing the wrong way more than once.
What happened to Henderson? How did he drop so far back? He was right behind Bruce.
He may have come into the pits, I'm not really sure. But it looks like 911 could hold on to the lead here. He does hold on to the lead. I think he will have Bull right on him.
Has Bull pitched
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, right back there.
He's got a lap car between himself and Bruce, so ideal positioning for Bruce, not quite so good for Bull.
Let him pass it. It was clean. She lets Bull run on. Which car do you think is better in the wet here, the Mercedes or the Porsche?
Well, just from what I've seen, I've said it a couple of times now already, the Rennsport Porsches are looking really planted in these conditions. They're able to put the car in places that no one else seems to be able to do it, and they're just doing it with absolute confidence.
It's a great lineup in those teams. As we have Daniel Better. Is that Bull?
Bull's turned
Bull's
around.
gone.
Oh, pulls around.
Oh no. Maybe just got a little bit excited seeing the leader just in front of him and decided to push that little bit extra. And that's usually where you start seeing mistakes. And that is such an easy mistake to do. But we'll have a look at the replay and just see if I'm right. Yep, done it by himself.
Tick, 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 boom. Gone.
Yeah. Barely missed the trail break on that one and just clipped it. Oh, now 1-2 Porsche, so Henderson must have had a spin as well. He hasn't changed while Benefield's gone into the 911.
Oh, he's right on the back of Jessen. Is this Lexus going to see him? Oh, that's awkward.
Oh, that's a nice.
And the Lexus does a half spin. It's such an awkward moment when you're not really sure that they've seen you and you're not sure that they're actually going to give you the space. And that's what causes so many problems in these sorts of races.
Yeah, because Henderson was sitting there thinking, should I send it? Should I not? And then the Lexus is thinking, oh, I don't want to get into this. Don't want to touch anything.
Henderson looks very stable in the wet. He's driving well, especially through Lesnar 2 there. That was clean. Right on the back of Jessen.
He's being assisted by the lap cars ahead of Jessen. Oh wow, I can't believe he pulled that up. I thought he was going straight ahead for sure. He's got a lot of confidence on the brakes, that's for sure.
Just got some lap traffic you're going to have to squabble with.
He's got a bit of a run here. He can pull it up beside Jessen. He should have a good chance in the braking zone. But he's on the wrong side of the track.
Now it's who's the late breaker?
Well, it doesn't even
matter.
get to the braking zone.
The Mercedes engine, just hefty, powerful. People are off.
What is going on here?
Yeah,
All the shenanigans have just kicked off here. I think it was. Sorry, go on.
Guess it's an easy way to get past the left cars.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see going to turn one when you're trying to outbrake someone. A whole 4-car pileup.
It did look as though Jessen just decided to back out of it early. I can't blame him. Like, still got more than 2.5 hours to go. There's no point getting involved in something silly at this stage of the race.
Definitely not. Because Henderson was second beforehand until something happened. Now he's put a gap on Jessen, so...
You never know, Jessen might be in a different fuel map. He might be just in conservation mode, just trying to make sure those tyres last for as long as humanly possible.
I think he's struggling with the car, because that's when it turned in for him. Benefield's got a nice 7.5 second lead on Henderson.
Someone's gone straight ahead through the chicane, and we have a car facing the wrong way. And that is the Monza Mayhem Mercedes around again.
The Merc might be fast, but you just got to know how to use it.
Well, catching's one thing, passing is a completely different story. Making a lot of adjustments going into the braking zone there. And news in the chat there. 505 is retiring from the race. So that's a real shame.
Did they say why it is? Technical or?
I believe it would be technical. I think they had a driver disconnect a bit early in their stint. I think that's the same car. I know we've had a couple of people who've had that problem today.
Yeah, I remember Bathurst, there was a few guys had the same problems. Touchwood, we haven't had to restart the server on this one, so Bathurst, I think it was 15 minutes in.
The server just imploded.
And still the rain comes down.
Doesn't look like it's going to stop for the rest of the race.
Just quickly, guys, the rain is easing in 15 minutes.
Interesting.
If you look at the graphic there, you'll see that the bar's changing. So rain could be disappearing before our eyes. This could really spice up the last 2 hours.
Yeah, what's the strat? Who comes in early for slicks?
Why not? Just one more curveball in this race. So yeah, just to confirm, the 505 is retiring because of technical issues, driver disconnecting, fire lights behind, and they couldn't change drivers, and game kept on putting them back onto slicks.
Unfortunate.
There's always next time for the next 6 hour.
There's always
Paul
a
Ricard.
There's always more races. Unfortunately, you can't win them all, and realistically, you have 28 drivers, 28 teams on the grid. There's still only one winner.
Which could be anyone at this point if it's going to go dry.
Who takes the risk and puts the drivers on early? I couldn't see the front runners going early and putting the dries on. They'd throw away too much if they had an incident. Some of the people, let's say below P20, could have a run at it.
I know the devs said leading up to this last few updates that they've made it a bit harder to drive on slight wet tracks with slick tyres than before, so...
Well, what you need to do is just pump those tyres right up. There you go.
Yeah, but once it starts overheating, you're going to get some high pressures.
Yeah, I didn't really think that far ahead.
Who's got the better teammates to figure out some strategies for him.
Well, this is interesting. Already seen drivers looking for water going down the straights.
Yeah, they've really developed the physics well into this game where you have to cool those tyres off.
Well, usually that means that this track is drying, and it's drying rather quickly.
We could see a dry track for the next stint, the 2 hour mark.
Hard to see on the camera if there is a dry line as yet.
I'm looking on board for my team. There is no dry line yet.
Well, those drivers are looking for that water. So something's going on out there.
There is no clear dry line yet, I should say.
Simple day of racing at Monza just becomes a headache.
Oh, that's just racing in general. Henderson, he's starting to get that gap down. It's now under 8 seconds. Still a long way to catch up. And with the weather being completely, well, random at the moment, a bit of a up in the air thing. Very interesting to see if he can catch up to Benefield.
Benefield just has to keep his nose clean, and for the rest of the stint, the track should be his. unless Henderson can pull out some really quick laps, which we've seen Henderson do.
Got a bit of a battle here between James and Bull, so just keep an eye on this.
Looking at the live timing, Henderson's pulling some time back.
Ooh, James very wide. He's onto the AstroTurf. Managed to hang on to it though. And a drive-through penalty for 313, causing a collision.
Ouch, from bad to worse.
Tim Cook has just put in chat, stop, we're already dead.
Yeah, it's just been a nightmare for both drivers, both teams, sorry, that started on the front row. You've got the 737 Mercedes way down in 21st after getting collected and getting turned around a couple of times, and then the 313 McLaren, that's just been pummeled left and right. All bloody race, and now they have another drive-through just to add on to that.
Pole doesn't give you an easy win. Especially in a 6 hour, you got to work for it.
And especially at a track like Monza where overtaking can be done in almost every corner.
Bull is wide, and that's given James the position. Sorry to talk over you there.
No problem. Zach James is currently leading our Pro-Am class by quite a margin. So I think he's got the Pro-Am win locked down if everything goes cleanly. Bull's going to look to get back past him to catch up to the top three, try and get himself a podium.
Not sure. Judging by the steering wheel inputs, that car is not 100% stable under Bull. Saw it moving around under brakes and even moving around coming out of the Parabolica. I don't think he's going to catch back up to James until he tries to settle things down. Maybe those tyres are cooking.
Definitely, I think we need to get the dev guys to put in the tyre colours. That would help a lot in these scenarios. Who's got the red tyre, who's got a green one? Well, Benefield's responded to Henderson. He's up to 8.5 seconds now. Gained a second.
And we have another drive-through penalty for car 737 this time.
These two can just not catch a break like you said earlier.
Curse of the front row, I guess. Causing a collision.
Richard, it looks like it's gone down to a lighter rain now.
He's lost it.
Oh,
Bull is not enjoying that car. He's lost it at the first Lesmo twice now and he's backwards. That might well and truly call his race for the podium.
Still a long way to go. And drivers ahead of him can still make mistakes. Right now, what Bull needs to do is just calm himself down and try not to make up for these mistakes.
still possible Pro-Am in the podium if James keeps driving this way.
Didn't we have a Pro-Am on the podium for Bathurst, or was it all pros?
Can't remember that one. We did have a, a Pro-Am leading on second or first at the beginning of this race. Rain has definitely eased off. The charts are showing the light rain symbol for the next 15 minutes. No dry yet.
Oh, Zachary, I think he was trying to predict what the lap car was going to do in front of him. Looked like I think that's the James May Racing McLaren was going to do. Was going to have a spin in the middle of the second chicane, and well, he ended up overcompensating and putting himself into the gravel trap. That's not going to help his forward progress.
No, it's not.
Meanwhile, the 19 watch, he's back up to 6th. And also Bull is into the pits.
I don't think it could be damage on that car. Maybe the tyres are just giving up on him.
I did notice that he wasn't looking for the water on the track like James wasn't ahead of him. So maybe he did just let those tyres cook.
Oh, you slut. Work! Excuse my French.
And we see yet another pit lane infringement. Looks like speeding in pit lane for car, I think that's 69. The cricket car. Yeah, another one falling victim to that tricky pit entry. It's not tricky on paper, but it's catching a lot of people out.
The pit entry board has actually been destroyed, so if anyone doesn't know where the pit entry is, they could be going in there flying and not knowing it's gone.
Yeah, you think you just go, 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 but you're like, oh no, there's a line.
Scott Blair and Daniel Benefield are almost doing identical times, but Blair will be desperate to stay on just that one lap down. Doesn't want to go another lap down, otherwise that will absolutely end his comeback. Or end the team's comeback, I should say.
Yeah, that Nissan's on a good run up to 5th after their problems.
And the James May McLaren is off again. Don't think they're enjoying their day in the wet.
No.
Yep, Diablo. No, I can't pronounce that name. I'm really bad at English. Making the statement that they have given the drivers a heads up that the board is gone. And yeah, you're totally correct. It is up to them to make sure that they pull up. Unfortunately, the stewards can't get in the car and drive these cars for the drivers. Otherwise, well, stewards' jobs would be so much easier.
And no one can run out there and replace the board.
And speaking of nightmares, Zahenzel Keithley put an amazing lap in the shootout yesterday. Really smooth lap, and it put him on pole position. And then it's just been downhill for these guys all race long. I think for these guys, this last 2.5 hours can't pass by quick enough. It's just been one problem after another.
And it started early. I think it was like maybe 1 or 2 laps into the race. They were already out spinning.
Anything that could have gone wrong for these guys, it went wrong. And, well, still in the wars.
Update on the track condition. The track condition is damp, so it is certainly drying out. We could see a quick rush for the slicks soon, depending on how fast this track is drying.
Depending on people's stints, there's still 29 minutes left in this hour. Do you go in early? Do you go in late?
This has been one hectic race. Even though I like the track battles better, I enjoy this race much more. There's a lot more carnage going on.
Wet races bring everything close together. I was worried Monza would be a bit of a snore fest because it's such a simple track.
Well, yeah, I actually used to think that as well. But when you think about it, it is such a difficult track to set up for. For drivers, talking to an engineer, you'd be presenting them with the Christmas list of Christmas lists. You want a car that's quick down the straights, it's easy to pull up quickly, it'll rotate fast, change directions fast, but stay stable in the fast corners. That's enough to give most race engineers a bit of a headache.
I don't know, Bathurst is, I think, the biggest pain when you got such sharp turns, big bumps. But yeah, this race is coming into a bit of a fun time with the dry track coming.
Rolls says if it dries up, it'll really spice it up. Not wrong there. Just one more curveball in this race. It's been a hectic race so far.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that dry line to show up, and then it's going to be a rush for the pits.
That's the beauty of a 6-hour or any endurance race. You can see many different types of weather, many different types of strategies from completely different drivers, which leads to a great race at the end.
It's always that transition phase between wet and dry. Who's brave enough to risk it for the biscuits, or is it just go around softly and wait?
It's a little bit more complicated with that Audi's off again. It's a little bit more complicated with wet tyres going on to dry, because you can make slicks work in the wet if you're good enough to keep the temperature in the tyres, but no person alive can make a a wet weather tyre last in dry conditions. They just cook and just melt. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. So this decision will be, how early do you want to come in?
I think everyone will be aiming for their stint times, because it could dry up in the next 26 minutes, and that's when the next stints are happening. And at the rate this track is drying, it might be worth it burning up these tires to reach the 2-hour mark. Some people might be running longer, some people might be running shorter.
And this
depending
is
on your fuel and how heavy or light you want to run the car for the final guy in the car.
Well, it also depends on how accurate this forecast is. Like, forecasts like in real life, they're not accurate sometimes.
Yeah, and then it's what pressure do you go? Do you go for that 28 just to make sure you got it, or do you go lower? I'm happy I am not racing out there today.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I'm glad I'm up here and not out there.
Well, I got to be out there in 2 hours, and I got the luck of being the first driver on wets by about 10 laps. I was struggling on the dry, so we picked for the wets, and every tire was fire red.
Oh, that sounds like a future Lachlan problem.
Yeah, what's your next stint? Is that one during a dry, do you think, or towards the end?
It's the my next stint is the final stint of the race, so I'm hoping it dries up by then. And Brad Jessen has spun out of Lesmo 1.
Can Blair do it? Can you pull it up?
Now, this will be to unlap himself.
That's amazing that the top 4 are on their own lap, and then 5th place is a lap behind. That just goes to show the pace of the top 4.
It's pretty standard for most endurance races. Normally it's only 3 cars that end up on the lead lap.
It's just surprising because that 911 had a drive through, so it's not been a clean race for them.
And Annie Corey, these guys have done a brilliant job. They were way down. I think they started outside the top 20. And their teammate in the other Lexus, they're in 10th. And they started side by side, if memory serves me correctly. And they've just stayed out of trouble. They've just kept turning in those consistent laps. And here they are in the top 10.
Textbook enduros, just be clean, do your laps, stay out of the trouble, and you can come to the very end for a race.
It's definitely starting to look a lot drier out there. Less spray being kicked up by the tyres, and well, as we can see, some of these drivers are really looking for the water.
Yeah, those tyres are getting really hot. This is pretty much the crossover point. I would say my teammate Matt Sidney has come in for the dries. So I don't know. We could be seeing much more. We could be seeing much more teams go for the dries in the next few laps.
Well, speaking of which, just in the chat, WS Rich Energy, they're on slicks, so they're game.
So both
Very game.
Damn.
Sensible Sandwich, the team that qualified first was 737. They're currently down 18th position. They've just had an absolute shocker of a day. I think they'll be very quick. They'll be very eager to forget this race ever happened.
Oh, you look at it, 313 and 737, both in the pits, 17 and 18th. That's a big turnaround for them. Blair's in a bit of a rock and a hard place here. He's got the leader in front of him. He's got a car battling behind him. How do you get through this one?
Well, I think the best thing is just to play the long game. Get your head on. Still got 2 hours worth of racing as Blair has a big slide going through Ascari. And that's going to give Curry a bit of a chance into the Parabolica. Although the Nissan's not short on straight line power. So there you go, confirming it in chat for a sensible sandwich. Watching a few streams, the tyres are getting extremely hot, but the rain's got about 10 minutes or so left, so this track is drying out very quickly. So
yeah, green you start seeing slicks required, but you just don't want to go offline.
It's a risk you take.
Oh, I'd take it.
Absolutely, I would.
Really depends on the stint now. Does someone come in early for an early changeover, 20 minutes to the hour?
Well, I think if the track is now green and there's not much water, you'd come in now. Because these wet weather tyres, they are not going to last long.
Just who blinks first, because it seems everyone's going to still on the wets, so they're all struggling the same amount.
Do you think we'll see optimum track conditions again today? Or do you think it'll be a bit too damp?
Depends on how quickly the track dries up, and well, when it dries up completely, and when everyone starts getting onto slicks again.
Definitely looks like there's a dry line there now.
Oh yeah.
Out of my mouth.
I think if you were any one of these guys on track at the moment, you'd be diving in the pits right now.
Well, if you're not first, I would. Because at this point, first we just respond to what everyone else is doing. There's no point risking it if everyone else is on the wets.
Exactly.
The second someone comes into the pits and they're on dry tyres and it dries out, you're going to lose time hand over fist. As we see, it's like the Italian Mafia car into the pits. So we're slowly seeing guys diving into the pits looking for tyres.
It's definitely the mid-pack. They're the ones taking those risks on it.
I would like to say that we were the first people to pit onto dries as well, I think. So earliest on the wets, earliest on the dries.
Still no one in the top 5 has pitted yet.
Rain will stop in 15 minutes.
There you go.
So now who can manage their tyres for the next 15 minutes, get into the end of their stint, go dry. Well, Jensen's in. Oh, Jessen, I mean.
I think you'd be crazy not to swap onto the dries now. That is a dry line.
It is a very quick track now. Despite it being green, it is still much faster to be on the dries than the wets. Or I would say close to 5 seconds a lap.
Yeah, well, we'll see what 912 does. He blinked first. Now let's see if anyone else will respond.
There we go, Nissan's calling it. Now if he can pull it up before the pit line. I think he does.
Well, Bailey's coming out of the pits now. I'm guessing on slick tyres, so just keep an eye on his lap time, see what he's going to be getting.
Though it does look like as if there is a bit of water in the first section.
There's also a bit of water in the second chicane, it looks like.
Oh,
Henderson's gone around. Oof, just rotated it.
Yeah, still just a bit wet on the paint. Went in a bit too hot, I think.
I think those rear tyres will be feeling like jelly as there goes the McLaren. Snap oversteer.
Yeah, definitely I think it's time for some slicks.
Oh, this is the challenge of endurance racing. It's all well and good to have your strategy all written out, but strategy has to be flexible. You have to allow for these sorts of events to happen.
It's also the fun of endurance racing, I'd say.
Oh, for sure.
Well, car number 3, the Lexus, up to 3rd spot now. That's pretty good for Pro-Ams.
I think they stayed out. They didn't go in for for dry tyres. I think they're going to play the long game with the wets. Maybe they're hoping that the forecast is wrong and we're going to see a little bit more rain.
Henderson's in. He's going for the slicks, I bet.
It is still a crossover point. I think the wets are still somewhat competitive, but eventually they're going to have to switch off them. The track has been getting better and better each lap to the point where it'd be almost impossible to drive on the wets.
I think a lot of it comes down to stint timing. Can you go for longer? Can you go for shorter? How much fuel can a car carry? I think a lot of teams are just playing it.
Absolutely.
Bull's gone in. So car 1's gone into the pits.
Bit of a wiggle there for Benefield.
He's just calmly doing his laps, just playing it, playing the long game on it, seeing until he needs it.
Those rear tyres, I think they're done. Oh, car 3's just come in. I don't think 912 has come into the pits yet.
Nah, Bailey's come in already. He went early. He's on slicks. Just did a 55.
Well, there you go.
Car seems a little bit more stable. Looks like he's pulling time on Benefield. So, dark horse right there for you. I think we're guessing here. I think 99, 912 are on slicks now. 3s definitely would be on. 19 would be on slicks. At this point, we're only thinking the leader is on wets still.
I don't think for much longer.
Nah, he's in struggle straight. He's going again on it.
That's a brave call. I wouldn't be doing that.
They must be stint limited or something. They're really trying to hold it out. Bailey's dropped down to the 53, so it's definitely getting more speed out there now.
Still got that wiper going. As that's good team play there. Just saw the indicator flashing on Jessen's car. Oh, sorry, Benefield's car. So good teamwork there. Cannot see that 911 staying out there for another lap. Oh, Blair into the 52.7s.
Yeah, it's definitely no longer a wet tyre track. Getting some fast times here. Benefield was in the 58s last lap. So, they're taking chunks out of him.
Yeah, staying out there was not a good strategic call. That's still got 2 hours left of racing, so anything can happen. Usually does happen.
Oh, he's going again. Another lap.
Oh, you're joking.
Yeah, I'm just running on board with him. Separate cam on my own camera, and oh, he struggled through that fast bender just to get it together.
God, that'd have to be those tyres would have to be feeling like jelly right now. That is crazy. For me, I cannot rationalise that decision to make him go this long.
Yeah, his last lap was a 2 minute. If everyone's taking 6 or 7 seconds out of him. He can't make it.
I'm back.
He's gonna bin it. You can just see it. He's gonna bin it.
I've been trying not to look. You can't look away, can you?
No,
You can't. This is fun.
This is gonna be.
No doubt he's staying out there due to fuel. I think they really want to stretch the stint. Maybe some of the driver stint times are a bit on the cusp.
Oh, he's struggling to get through any turn. Like he's walking through the corners.
He was 8 seconds slower than Ryan Blair last lap.
And he's 4 seconds already slower this lap.
There you go. P2.
2 minutes.
Simon Smith, 52 last lap. He's coming in P2.
I think the undercut's going to hurt him.
Yep. Look how quickly the McLaren's approaching. It's like optimum. There's still a bit of water coming down, but she's still green. That's not green. That's fast, nearly.
You watch his onboard. He just can't get the throttle down. Can't turn it. Can't do anything.
He's got a pit.
Well,
This is insane. Yep, now he's coming in.
Please don't speed in pit lane. Please don't speed in. Pull it up.
Oh, he just got there.
Yeah, we don't want to.
Now let's see how much time they gain and how much he loses on the pit.
It's going to be very interesting last 2 hours.
It will be.
Well, the question is now, if he was struggling on petrol, how are the other guys going to go? Because they went in a lot earlier. Will there be a splash and dash?
Yeah, so they didn't think they were going to make it to the end with 2 stop. That's why they stretched it.
The only really reason why. Fastest man on the track at the moment. Sergei Mironenko into the 51s.
And he's coming.
Well, Car 99's got a decent lead now on him.
He's fuming at Stephen Bull. Stephen Bull, if you're out there. No, I'm joking. Very, very tough stint. Flashbacks to Mazzano in the wet in the Mercedes there, Stephen.
Enjoy the rest of the race, guys. I am off to prepare for my final stint.
Thanks very much for joining us, Lachlan. All the best for the rest of the race, mate.
Yeah, good luck, Lachlan.
Have fun out there, mate.
Thank you for the 100 biddies there, Die Bowls. So we got brake failure. Change them in the pits. It happens. It's going to be very... Once the dust settles, love to see where some people are at. G'day, Lachlan Bruce. Welcome to the commentary box.
Good evening, gentlemen.
I'll turn you right up.
I better turn my own mic up too.
That'd be great. You do yours first.
I'm ready now.
Okay. Hopefully you're not in a bathtub this time.
I cannot comment. I'm sure we'll find out very soon if so.
Well, I'm going to head out the door, boys. Have fun. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us in the commentary box, Bart. Talk to you soon.
So what a race it's been.
Mate, it's been a bit of everything for you.
Oh, 2 drive-throughs on my own behalf. I'll put my hand up right now for the drive-through in the pit lane bump. It's a silly mistake.
Little nudgy nudge.
I'll come out about this incident just to be quick. I got caught out. It's still my mistake. I'll never question that. But yeah, I think they were just trying to fuel save. I actually broke earlier than I normally would there, and it just didn't pull up. I got caught out back there in square. So real sorry to those guys for their race. I don't know what happened beyond there, but they're quite a way down by the look of it.
Oh, it was the lap afterwards, mate. They lost it at Ascari and hit that wall at about 200 k's.
Okay, I was going to say, I heard them pretty pissed.
These things happen.
That's it. So we push on, but no, we're in a good spot right now. We've managed to keep it basically on the normal strategy where we're seeing the car on screen at the moment. Dan did an incredible pair of stints there, so he's managed to keep the tyres nice. All's going pretty well for us.
So, it's just Dylan to finish us off?
Spot on, so double stint to the end. We'll play strategy as we see fit. So, yeah, it will certainly be interesting.
Yeah, so still green track. It's looking a lot more like a fast track as the Truck or Trophy Motorsports McLaren, for the upteenth time today, goes wide at Ascari.
Zach Norman.
I bet you they want to hold
Having
their
a hard
form.
time.
I think they're carrying a lot of the beach in that front splitter now.
Yeah, as we've been saying most of the race, when it rains, it pours.
Except now it's starting to dry up nicely.
So, Simon, 151.6 last lap. Fastest man on track is, at the moment, it is a tie between Sergei Marenenko and Real Brits in the Lexus.
A couple guys a little bit further behind then. Yeah, it's been very leaps and bounds. I think in the wet, both our cars certainly had the advantage, but back in the dry, I think these Mercs are going to be right back on it if they can get the fuel right.
Yeah, we noticed he lost a lot of time having to extend the stint due to the, no doubt, worried about fuel at the end.
For us, we're just trying to keep it on a normal strategy. That's the best way we can run it. So we didn't want to be changed. If we pit earlier, we would have had to make an extra stop for driver stint. Not so much the fuel side of it. Porsche's good on that.
Oh yeah.
So we really didn't want to force ourselves to that. So we can go to the end with one more stop. Which I don't know where everyone else sits. I think Smith might certainly be able to.
I think a lot of them are similar.
912 is going to be touch and go.
There was one of the Mercedes, I think, that pitted a little bit earlier. So we're going to be very interested to see what their fuel strat's going to be like the last stint.
Yeah, spot on. We know that we've got the number 999 Merc on fuel at the moment. We'll see how that plays out. But essentially, they're boxing a little bit earlier than us at each stop, so it's allowing us to be where we want to be at the right times.
Oh, I'd like to welcome to the commentary box, Brad Jessen.
G'day, Brad.
Hello, how are we?
Good, thanks, mate. How are you?
Just drying off. It was a bit wet out there and a bit hot.
Well, you got through the worst of it.
Yeah, it pretty much became undrivable. I don't know how Benefield was doing what he was doing. That was just superhuman.
I don't know how he did anything in all of those stints between myself and him. The car was just awesome. So, got to get it out of the way on stream. Brad Jessen is your setup, man. These Porsches are awesome.
Thanks, man.
I have to say, watching all the Porsches, they were very, very stable in the wet, and I was seeing that you guys were really more confident in using AstroTurf and putting the cars where no one else really wanted to go.
That's it. I mean, we started the stint in a good spot, but I copped the drive through and we still managed to drive up through the field again. So it's just got grip everywhere. Realistically, on average, we're about half a tenth quicker than most other cars. Really, really good. I think the Mercs, the way they've set up their ride height and the way they hop the curbs, didn't like that wet little period in the middle of the race. So if it stays dry, they're still going to look very strong. But we wouldn't mind if it rained again, I don't think.
Yeah, that'll throw us better in the works, won't it, if it rains again?
Exactly.
I think a lot of people would be quite happy if it rained again.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be tight on fuel or not going to make it at the moment. Especially the guys that blinked early on tyres.
Exactly.
Got a few big movers though. The first Nissan team in the top 5, L19 Racing. They were they're a long way back after about 5 laps. Stayed clean since then though. The Lexus, I got a feeling this had a massive amount of ground. Currently Mironenko for the team first name is back where they started in quali, but definitely have pace to be right at the pointy end.
That's it. They got really unfortunate. I saw they had some sort of incident at Lesmo 1 not too long ago, but they were our main worry until then.
Two Nissans in the top 10 though, which is good, and 2 Lexus. So
yeah, the Blair Nissan's been a quiet achiever, hasn't it really? And the Lexus, they've kind of just been chipping away and keeping out of trouble, and it's put them in 5th and 6th.
Zach James for Maximum Pace Racing, leading Pro-Am car. They were leading this race in certain parts. What brake pad do you guys use for this race?
Pad 2.
You haven't needed to change it?
Nah.
Yeah,
No.
thought so. We have a Moss in chat saying their brake failed. I was wondering what pad they used.
Brake
Maybe
pad.
one.
Definitely wasn't an actual like real life hardware issue.
Yeah.
Should
Around-
see it coming.
Around this time, we when pad 1 failed if they were running pad 1.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
They might not actually be on the pad 2 that they think they are potentially.
Unless they accidentally change it in the pit lane. Because some people think that the pad number is the set number rather than the pad type. I think that throws a few people.
You got to be very, very careful with pit stops. If he goes for a nice move around the Lambo there and pulls back across. It's been mostly very, very clean for blue flags. I'll just give a quick shout out to all of them. There's obviously been a few scary moments, but from what I've seen on track and the bits of stream that I managed to pick up on, most guys are doing the right thing.
It's a lot easier than Mount Panorama, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think we changed accidentally when Eugene Pitt for repairs, so there you go. But less than 2 hours to go. Simon Smith for Beware of Blair. P1, 4.3 seconds up on the Team Rensport Team 1. That gap is slowly decreasing. Second
They can
push.
beat each other now.
It won't be long. So last lap, Simon was a 151.4 and Dylan McDowell was a 150.5. Current fastest man on the track is Dylan, followed by Zahin in the Mercedes in P17.
He's taken a second in that last sector, so they're closing fast.
And Michael Young in the BMW also into the 150s. G'day,
Track's
Mr.
really
McCall.
starting to get a bit quicker now.
It's rated fast. We might see Optimum for the last hour or so.
Yeah, so what have we got? What have we got battle-wise? Who's doing what around here?
Marinenko and our good mate Cameron Ma look like they're going to be close fairly soon. They're coming along the main straight now, about 2 seconds between the two of them. So that's the battle for the 7th position. From them is Brits and Blair. They're split by about 6 seconds. Further back in the field, down in 12th, the battle's going on pretty strong between a pair of Lamborghinis, but looks like that Williams is going to hold on to that for now. Other than that, quite a few big gaps in the field. The lead is probably going to be one of the close ones to watch in the next few laps.
As you'd expect for a good old 6-hour race, things do spread out. We're on lap 127.
Yeah, so the battle you mentioned between Blair and Brits is 2.5 seconds. There's 2.5 seconds lap difference there with Brits catching up. So watch this space.
Even if you got the pace, it can be very, very hard to pass. Especially, you know, the wet very much showed that for us. When we were close to cars, we couldn't carry the same speed, but on our own, it was very, very easy. Especially late race, no one wants to bugger someone else's race up, but as we watch here, the gap now down to 1.8 seconds, so we're 2 seconds down on what we were this time a lap ago. So, Mr. McDowell, I shouldn't be too biased, but he's absolutely flying.
Yeah, he's definitely pumping the lap times that are required. He's catching Smythe very quickly.
It's a nervous time
He's
to be
in sight now.
commentating.
He's inside of Smythe now. You can see him. 1.8 back. We might see a battle start appearing here in the next lap. That's another 50.4. Versus the 51 for Simon Smythe. So Smith or Smythe?
Smith.
So Smith. Sorry, Simon. So yeah, he's going to be on him in another lap.
It was Simon's birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Simon.
I heard he's going to get a late present with a Porsche up his butt. I don't know if that's a present or not, but... So, yeah, I don't think anyone would have predicted the fact that in the top 7, one Mercedes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different manufacturers, which is great.
I don't think anyone would have predicted that the front row would be down in, where are they?
17th and 19th.
Yeah.
Doesn't take much.
That's endurance racing for you. It's 70% luck.
Well, similarly, the two Lexus, I'm pretty certain that they started outside the top 20 and they're now up in the top 10. So completely opposite fortunes for some of those drivers.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't think the Merc will be fuel saving. If they did, you got to lift and coast in that Merc. I think there's only 3 engine map modes for the Merc, and they're just too slow. You just save as much fuel lifting and coasting in it.
Both Smith and Mironenko are on map 2 at the moment. And Tui's also on map 2 in P11, so the Mercs are all on map 2, which is their regular map, I assume.
No, it's 1.
So they must all be fuel saving then.
They must. Yeah.
Aaron Field down in P20 is on map 1.
Fuel saving.
All the front guys are on fuel map 2, so they must be trying to save.
Yep. Yeah, if that's the case, then...
Mironenko's right behind Ma again. Oh, not again, sorry. He's closed right up onto Ma now. He's half a second back.
From using the Merc last season, it's actually very responsive in saving fuel when you lift and coast. So hopefully he's doing that as well. So 151. Turn it back up for the straight, turn it down for sector 2, turn it back up for the straight. A lot of fiddling.
Pretty close for the move. McDowell's planning at least on following for a little bit first, getting a gauge and making a nice clean move, but no rush for the 911, but I'm going to sit back and listen and help my crew.
I'm pretty certain that Smith will not argue the point here.
No.
We've also got Brits is close right up on Blair. Looks like he's about to make a move there.
And maybe, hopefully, Smith can tuck in the back behind McDowell. Get dragged around for a couple of laps.
So watch for the 911 at turn 1. He's got a good exit here. He's going to be right in the draft. If he gets alongside, I think that Merc will let him go.
Mironenko's got it done on Mar as well. Here we go, he's in the slipstream. He's going to have a look, or is he going to stay behind and fuel safe for a bit? He's having a look.
Go for it.
It's down the inside.
Merc
Is
sees
he going
him.
to stop? Is he going to stop?
He's got it,
He's
he's
slightly
got it.
overrun. He's overrun. This is going to give the Merc the opportunity to come back into the second chicane.
He's put the car
Ooh.
perfect.
That is really tight. Don't think you could fit a cigarette paper between them.
Watch for the Merc coming back.
Let's see if the Merc can have... He's got the power down the straight. He's in the draft. He's just bumped him.
It's a very careful spot.
See if... Yeah, he's defending nicely there, so the Merc's backed out of it. I wonder if Smith will just tuck in here and try and save some fuel if they're trying to save fuel.
He's going to try and have to, I think. Welcome to the Grid, Mr. Skates. Is this a weekly event? This is a bi-monthly event, these 6 hours at the moment. We do have a league series, though, which is a weekly event.
I don't think I could do this weekly. It would kill my stress levels.
It's a lot of prac, too.
That's it.
The next one's on this Tuesday, isn't it?
Oh, the next league race is, yep.
Oh,
That's
God,
at
I haven't
Laguna
even done
Seca.
one lap. Yeah, I haven't done one lap at practice.
In hindsight, I should have probably picked a track that people are more familiar with, but why not?
I have done a 1 hour race there by myself.
It's probably a lot more than everyone else put together.
But that was in the Nissan, not the Aston.
Yep.
Yeah, I've pretty much gone and built my set, and that's about all I've done. I've spent about an hour and a half on it.
Oh, that's true,
But
Bort. It was meant to be Zandvoort, but we pushed this back
Yes,
a week.
it was. Yes, it was.
We've done Bathurst. We did do Bathurst in March. Next track we're doing is Paul Ricard in June. June the 5th and 6th. I agree with that sentiment, Richard. So Smith stayed with him. Now that McDowell's ahead, he's got all the cards to play with. He could lift and coast himself to save fuel if they need to. Just stay in front. Or he can really push and extend that gap. After Paul Ricard, we have Spa. So the Simrigs Spa 6 hours, already sponsored. That'll be July 31st. Suzuka will be in August 29th. And Kyalami will be in November 27th. We could add more. We might add more. We're going to do a 12-hour race at Brands Hatch. I just vomited in my mouth. Sorry.
Yeah, that didn't sound good to me either.
When are we doing a 24-hour Mullock? When I'm satisfied that the driver swaps are bang on. So after 1.4 update, we could probably extend. I live close to Zandvoort. Can you go on to Zandvoort and leave a bag of trash there?
There's just a certain wall I want you to move back about 5 meters. So, here we go. The gap's slowly starting to eke out, but not much. Smith, I think, is just holding onto the back, riding that draft along these straights. Just using it to fuel save a little bit, potentially.
Brits was gaining on Blair, and Blair seems to have got back in his groove. So they're... Paul Ricard will be fun. What are you bastards worried about? We may introduce two-man driver teams.
So you're telling me I have to pick between my two current teammates?
You don't have to. You can also. You still have a three-man team.
Oh, cool.
There's no advantage other than
Fatigue. I
fatigue.
think he
Exactly.
would do it. I'm sure the boys would be keen to keep it together.
If you want to keep a team together, do it. It's actually easier from my end. If everyone can keep the same name and team.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of the guys will be pretty keen to have another crack. I think most of the chatter so far, people seem to be enjoying themselves. Definitely was awesome with the rain in the middle for strategy. It kind of blew the whole race open and made you actually think about it. It wasn't just a precession like it is on iRacing and Enduros where you don't get any weather sort of variation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly threw a lot of, I say panic chatter, but yeah, had us all worried for a little bit.
You want to stay away from cars with tyres. Richard,
Front tyres.
for a car, it's actually a nice mixed bag of cars that are decent there. I'd probably stay clear maybe of the Bentley to a degree. I won't have the Lexus there if you can't change livery because it was actually a pain in the ass to organise. Big F, Sergey's VR headset died. Oh no.
That's not going to help.
Yeah, the Lambo isn't super around there.
Still going in 8th. Or am I thinking of a different?
What was that?
Yeah, Mironenko.
Yeah, they're 8th.
When did that happen?
A couple of hours ago. Bull lost it a couple of
looks-
times during the wet. Pretty much just up here. We haven't done a 12-hour yet. We've only done 6-hour races, which is 12 hours in-game. We're
12 hours can be a big commitment too.
We're still adding and building stuff within the broadcast spectra as well. So once we are more happy with what we can output, we'll probably increase the races to a degree. We'll keep the 6 hours. I reckon 6 hours is a good little, pretty much introductory window to team endurance racing.
I think 6 hours is a perfect length. 3 can be a little bit short for an enduro, but this is good.
Yeah, 3's not really an enduro. I think 6 hours is the minimum you want to do for an enduro. 6 to 12. Anything over 12 is pretty hard work.
So
Yeah, our headset died and he's got it going again.
yeah, he pulled over.
Fair effort. That's my worst nightmare, something like that happening.
We're probably going to do something like a GT4 spec race. There's so many options we can do.
I'd love to see an enduro with GT4s in it.
Who'd pick it though? That's the issue. Is you need a decent sized grid to make it work. Otherwise, it's just 3 cars fighting each other for the class in that car.
I agree. It's whether you make it say AM or Pro Am drivers maybe. Just a thought.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
That's the best way to make it, and probably, in my opinion, the only way to make it work.
Make it a competitive class.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're 100% right. You got to have big grids too. So whether that's say a 4-hour with 2 drivers, for example, that makes it a little bit easier. Keeps it still that hour-long stints.
No, I've come up with it. We're gonna have a 24-hour race at Brands Hatch solo.
Oh.
It's literally just to survive. Survive the drive.
Full force feedback challenge.
Oh, yuck. And thunderstorm. Thunderstorm.
I'm
24 hour.
ignoring about it now. You had me till then.
What's the worst car to drive?
Porsche Cup.
Yep.
60 minutes, one man leaves.
Or 10-man teams or 30-minute stints. It's just drivers off after drivers. It's whoever can nail the pit stops. What's another garbage tier
I
track?
can't say I've done that yet.
Oh, the Lambo Cup cars. Oh, well, the Super Trofeo. Super Trofeo. Oh, just have a spec race with the Gallardo. That is to rocket in a straight line. Pity you can't turn the bloody thing.
It'd feel so fast because you wouldn't have anyone just driving up casually alongside as the race leader just pops around the outside there. Before that's stressful. Shoesmith's gone on through the chicane, disregarding any care for foam, and rejoins back in behind the leg.
I think it's a little bit late to show care for that foam.
So
The one time I went through it.
I think Spindles is going to be using the Rex at our next event. Oh, the Jaguar. I haven't even mentioned the Jaguar.
Oh, I forgot that didn't exist.
Yeah. By the next event, we should probably have... Oh, I don't know when they're doing the Evo version of the... Is it Ferrari? Someone other or Mercedes?
Both of those will be at some point, but I suppose they're waiting for the real life season to actually kick off so they can get liveries that proper.
Valid. So Brits now, looks like he's nearly within a second. He's going to have some DRS soon.
That Lexus has been really, really good for them. Even in the wet, I think they asked if we wanted blue flags, and it took us like a lap to actually get close enough to take them up on the offer. Like, they've been really, really nice in that car, and then they sat behind us the whole rest of the stint. So that car is going to be strong towards the end.
They did this at Bathurst. They were very consistent. They started, I think, from memory, like 12th, and they finished on the podium. As Brits has a great run at a Parabolica.
He's going to go for it.
He's going to get it easy.
It's got some legs down the straight.
He pulls it up, does he? Yep. And cover that inside, keep it nice and tight on exit.
Ryan, that's a nice switch.
He's pulled it off. But can he get the drive around the outside? The Lexus just pulling away.
No,
that Lexus is just...
The GTR is in map 3 by the looks of things. I think he just switched it to 1. I could have sworn it said 3.
Oh, his Lexus has made a mistake there. Just put in no space for Ryan to get past. Nissan's fuel saving.
Covers the inside into Lesmo. It's a rough corner when there's no grip on the outside at the moment. Right behind him though is the race leader, so these guys are going to have to watch it very, very quick because he's closing fast while they're battling.
It's only Dylan.
I should shut my mouth. I don't want to commentate curse my own car.
Yeah, be careful.
Who's doing the final stint, Conan, for L19 Racing? Is it yourself? He was a madman for going long. That's a factual statement.
He was coerced into that quite violently, is all I'm going to say. I didn't make a death threat, but I told him, you go 2 more laps.
I think they lost a lot of time going long, but they have set themselves up so that they can make it quite comfortably on fuel in 2 stops or 1 stop, 2 stints. So that's the only thing. But they were in the fortunate position of having such a lead to burn.
That's a very big risk. They had no traction whatsoever coming out of Parabolica. I thought a couple of times they're going to send it into the fence.
Yeah.
The thing we understand is that we all know each other's trust in each other, I suppose. So that's what we said to Dan, was basically, if I feel you can do 1 more lap, do 1 more lap. And yeah, he's got a good gauge on that. We did the same thing earlier with slicks on the wets. We won the very last to go onto the wet tyre in that stint as well. Both of those efforts have made us up a fair bit of time, so full credit to him. He did some amazing driving to sort that out.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive on the wet track. That was a brave move, and it definitely paid off. Yeah, I think a lot of the cars went wet too early in that when the rain came out, and the track was deceivingly quite grippy still.
Yeah. It's the other thing is the crossover and your actual strategy don't always align. So essentially for us, we knew that we were losing a few tenths in our probably last 10 laps, but we knew that for what it's costing us, we can run deeper.
So Jarecki's lining up for a bit of a send here.
Struggle at Lesmo, but maybe down to Ascari, he might show the nose a fair bit. So Blair's back right off off screen, so.
Yeah, it's a bit of a battle for me here with Jureki and Williams.
Hit 12.
So, recapping, we have lost 1, 2, 5 teams.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate one for the team that I heard that lost internet connection halfway through their stint. That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, there was Weenie Bobini. Dennis got disconnected with 4 minutes left in his stint, which is unfortunate. Couldn't quite hand over the car, and then they got back in it, but yeah, I think they retired.
Yeah, it's real when that sort of stuff happens. It's be nice if it could kind of autopilot its way back to the pits or something like that for you.
Yeah.
But I guess it just doesn't know what's can't figure out when you're in the server, when you're not.
Like disconnect. Has a look on the outside, doesn't get it.
It's definitely getting closer, that's for sure.
He definitely wants the position.
Yeah, that car 420 was looking very fast at the start of the race, but it's just obviously had a bit of bad luck and has fallen on the wrong side of the strategy.
Yeah, I think they were another team that just found themselves involved in just about every single bit of on-track action you could think of, and it's just gone from bad to worse for them.
Yeah, them and the 313 McLaren have definitely had races to forget.
It's so easy to do. I mean, even us, we've certainly had a less than clean run.
Oh, and a big slide there from the Lexus. He's going to lose out here. He's going to have to let Wolf and Bailey go past, I think, now, and spend another 10 minutes trying to close the gap back up to Williams.
Wolf, our lone Canadian racing today. Doing a great job on the Nissan. He also races the Nissan in our ACC series in North America. He got his first win a couple of weeks ago.
I'll tell you what, the James Schneider-Smith Ferrari is definitely punching above their weight in P4 and Pro-Am car in P4 overall. That's pretty impressive by them.
Not wrong. As Porsche's Jared Bailey slices through the blue flags.
So I can take over for Brad because I know he won't want to commentate this. We go for a nice little move up the inside. Blue flag, but he's looking up to make up a little bit of ground now on the two in front. If it's not compromising, Brad, what strategy are you guys on till the end?
We can make it a one stop, but we're just trying to look after the fuel a little bit. It's gonna be a long stint.
Copy.
But we could make it. We had to get off those wets because we were spinning every lap and it was just getting too dangerous. But I mean, we would have liked to have gone a little bit longer, but when your tyres are at 36 psi, you're risking blowing them up as well. And yeah, it was just not worth it to try and stay on.
Yeah, that's it. It's a hard balance.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to pick when you come off. I think we hung on for long enough.
Jureki gets a good run on both of them then.
Yeah, Jureki's definitely sticking to the back of the Porsche, ain't he?
Yeah, he was right behind Williams, but he lost out one of the Lesmos, and ever since it's been a bit of a battle.
If he can stick on the back of Bailey like he is now, he might get sucked back up to Williams.
Not far off.
Saw lap times, he's did a 54 last lap, but he had that mistake, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of lap time he does in the line here. Just coming into the Parabolica now. He's dropped back a little bit from Bailey now. Williams is just coming over the line to see what he does. 51.9.
52.6.
Yeah, so he's lost a little bit of time there with the lap traffic. Williams has got into a groove and is trying to take advantage of this. He's also going to have Bailey going past for lapping him, so that's probably going to hold him up a little bit. But
Benny Payne, O'Brien Racing, making his debut today. Penalty cleared there. 217, stop go. So it looks like driving it, all speeding in the pit lane. Common thread today.
Yeah, I was about to say that is a running theme.
Oh, Benny's gone off.
Ferrari makes the cut.
Done well there. Aaron Feld.
Come through Curva Grande now.
Leading AM
Second
team.
chicane.
Rich Energy, sponsored.
So through De La Rogier, the second chicane added in 1976 and named after a nice little stream that's just off shot to the right. So an interesting Monza fact there for you as we come into Lesmos.
Is that streaming game? Do I
No,
investigate?
it's on Twitch. It's on Twitch.
Okay.
The other thing, yeah, Lesbos are another corner just for a little bit of interesting knowledge. Call that because they're right next to the town of Lesmo, which is a region in Monza, Italy.
I wonder how long it took them to think of that name.
Awful long time, I reckon. Awful long time.
Curva Grande,
Sorry.
it means something. What corner?
But it just means great curve, basically.
Ooh,
Oh,
We've got a
Ferrari,
lamp on the wall there. Is it a Ferrari?
Ferrari,
Ferrari.
It's
Benny
Benny Payne and the Ferrari.
rough
Hey.
luck for him.
Payne indeed.
Berg flies by the McLaren there into Parabolica. Parabolica literally meaning uniform corner.
God, who thought of these names?
Yeah, they're a bit boring, but I've got a good one for you. Next lap, we'll show. Maybe we'll go static and we'll show you the King's Lodge.
King's
So,
Lodge.
Up near Lesbo 2. This is a very fun one I found out during my research.
Hang on, something's happened. Blair's gone from P5 to P6 with now Ma right up his back bottom. Fairway back, so he might have had an off.
Certainly is. Ma not getting any room to the right there as they come through the trees.
Yeah, 12 seconds.
A bit wide.
But we'll
Doesn't
find out in
take a
chat.
lot.
Let's just quickly have
That's
a
it.
look.
That car looks remarkably clean, all things considered.
You should have seen one of the Mercs earlier.
Yeah, as I say, our car looks filthy.
Oh no, it wasn't just filthy. It was
No, mate, it
bent.
was...
Yeah, we copped a bit of damage at the first. Hang on a minute.
Dylan, come on, mate.
No, we're clean.
Looks
at
like
damage.
you haven't. Looks like you haven't fixed your damage, mate.
Yeah, it looks that way, but we have. I promise you, we're a nice, clean car. I'll confirm that in a moment if we want. I've got obviously voice comms to Slayer in the background, but
Extra doubt.
Yeah, we were looking a bit worse. We're at the end of the first stint. We were on the receiving end of a few punches, so
And the 999's looking pretty clean as well.
Very clean. Oh, great view here. Of
there we go. Look at that.
side by
Side
side.
Cameron Marr up into the second chicane. Brakes early. He'll get a nice little line through. All he's got to do is watch for the switchback,
Yep,
which
he's
he can
got-
cover off nicely. Well
it
done,
covered.
Cameron. Man's a rocket. Puts that car up into 6th.
That's a very nice pass.
3 Porsches in the top 10.
Yeah, pink car's looking schmick. Who's got
Now
the
he's on
last scent
chasing.
spindles? Pretty pink rocket. Tycoon to finish. Gotta go fast.
So next time we jump up through
Ooh,
Lesbo,
both off.
both of them run wide. And for you, we'll
Jesus.
find you a really cool little fact about Monza that you can go brag about. Not many people know this one, I don't reckon.
You were conceived here?
No, I'm way too young for that. This track is one of the oldest in the world. It's actually the 3rd oldest circuit after Indianapolis and Brooklands in the UK.
That's when it was the banked walls.
Yeah,
So you-
when it was very early on.
Just gonna be tight.
Blair's definitely not letting Cameron get away. He's having a look now. to turn 1 on the outside.
Cameron covers. He's going to
Oh,
get
and there's contact. Oh.
Amazingly, they make it through even. Who's got the drive? Cameron just looks like he's going to edge away.
Umpire says play on.
Yeah, there's no harm done in that one, was there? It's just a bit of a bump.
Yeah, racing incident, I think.
So how in chat, Spinners just said last lap. Oh, right, sorry. I thought you meant you were coming in a lap, Spinners. I'm like, Jesus, you're going to make an hour and 24 on fuel. Never mind. Prices averted. So
He will, but he'll be doing 2-minute 20s.
that's fine with me. So these two come through Lesmo 1. Great view off the rear wing. Back towards the Nissan. Both nice green and white cars as we come through Lesmo 2. Brake at the 50. Nice across. Porsche at Lesmo 2 really does not like taking that inside curb, so you got to be real careful of that.
Yeah, the Porsche doesn't really have a good relationship with curbs, unfortunately.
So Achilles heel, that's for sure. Ascari through here, you know, we've really got to keep it off the curb. You can see Mara doing a perfect job there. Back on and back onto the power. Not so bad on high fuel, but as we start to get towards the end of our runs here, it gets more and more sketchy as the weight comes off the front of the car. So down to the parabolic, you can see the nose of the Porsche. Just
Some
right
cheap
up there.
fire protection there in the Nismo.
Yeah, they're just not letting up on this one, eh? Ryan Blair does not want to let this position go.
Great battle to watch.
He's covered off on the inside, he's gone to the outside again. You can pass around the outside, you just got to be brave on the brakes and get alongside so you can get the inside apex with the
Cameron, you got to take this next bit nice and tight. Yep, perfect there. Just even make sure they don't undercut you.
See if the Nissan can come back into, is it Della Roggia, I think the second variante is?
Spot on, Della Roggia.
And Retafilo is the first one, I believe.
First corner is not a Della Roggia at all, I don't think. It's Della and Roggia referring to the stream.
Yeah, so
Source of water.
I mean, the first corner of the lap is
First
Della
Variante.
Retafilo, yeah.
Yeah, Ridafilio, which is what the straight was originally called, you see. So this one here is the corner. So off to the right there, just through some trees, you see a nice little house. Yeah, just quite see it. So that's actually the King's Lodge at Monza. So I'm going to tell you a little story about it while we watch this awesome
You were
battle.
conceived in King's Lodge, weren't you? Your mummy and your daddy got together and they conceived you there, didn't they? That's the story?
So the corner is called Clamp Corner. It's basically the corner that
really?
is the corner. So it's very, very long. Essentially, it's the location of the King's hunting lodge. So during the summer, that's where he'd come up to. He also kept a number of exotic animals up there. And because, of course, the parklands of the nearby city of Milan, it's quite exotic. The other famous thing about that corner was in 1981, John Watson was driving a certain McLaren which had debuted their carbon fiber monocoque. It was the very first incident and one of the most dramatic crashes seen on camera at Monza in a number of years at that point. The car was ablaze and split in two, like this battle just here. But he left the car unharmed and started an era we see today as an amazing
it's
move.
gone
And he
deep.
pulls out.
It's missed the
That's what
chicane.
Verstappen.
Easy to do there.
So, question is, can he pull it back in and play on?
Yeah, might take him a lap or two. Seeing real battle on track at the moment. As we're approaching the 1 hour mark and our last driver swaps for the day and last pit stops, you'd hope. Thanks, Evil Dog.
Only sort of 7 to 9 laps to go for most of these guys in their stint. Some of them hopping out, some of them continuing to the end.
So 1.2 seconds. Four cars are currently on the lead lap. Team last name have clawed their way back into the top 10. G'day, Al. You see Cheyenne Poon, I think that's how you pronounce it. They're back into the top 20. They started on pole. As we were discussing before, a race to forget.
Yeah, that's another one that's had a bad run and a race to forget, like you said. It's yeah, it'd be another victim of a few incidents and whatnot.
Very short shifting in that Nissan.
You're 31 seconds behind Smith at the moment.
Yeah, that actually got explained to me by a certain very quick driver that's probably in the chat right now. You short shift with the Nissan because if you go any further with the revs, you start losing boost.
Ah.
All these little things, they do add up.
That's got a double effect of saving fuel too, doesn't it, really?
Yep.
Yeah, so a bit of an advantage for the Nissan.
Does the stint time begin when leaving the pit lane or when taking control of the car? That's a good question. You're talking seconds though.
These guys still going.
Yeah, I'd say control of the car. As soon as you drop out of the pit box. Bit too far back to make a move here. T1. Who's going to blink first?
Not 11's got a little bit to go yet. Plenty of fuel on board.
Fastest man on track at the moment. Let's have a look. Sergey in the Mercedes P8. 149s. Fastest lap of the race so far. And just saying that, it's been mostly wet. I think it's a 148.6.
I think we're 49 flat in our car, so that's not bad at all.
654s. For Beware of Blair? I thought I saw a faster one.
So the pit window is almost open now.
Surely another like 11 minutes though, wouldn't it?
Well, you got a 70-minute window, so yeah,
Oh,
you've
so-
got.
oh, sorry, yep.
So you can pit now, I think, can't you? Oh no, that's 80.
No.
Yeah, in 6 minutes you'll be able to make it to the end on one stop.
Thank you for the resub, Rowan. You've got 458 fans at the moment. If you scroll up, you'll see them screaming your name. Welcome to the grid, Zondorf. As Dan Dewar comes out of the pits. Interesting. Have they just finished their last stop? That's going to be a big stint in that Mercedes.
I don't know how that actually will
I don't
go
think that's
to the
gonna make it.
regulation driver times. I think
Yes,
they've got
true,
one more in that.
They can't
75
make it
minutes.
on stint, yeah, so they'll have to stop again.
Car number 1.
Is that car 1, is it? Oh, that's a shame because they were one of the contenders, weren't they?
Yeah, so it wouldn't even worry. Exactly, the driver's in 70 minutes.
So, Brad, who is last up in the 912?
So Jared will be double stinting to the end for us.
Copy. Oh, of course, because we haven't seen him yet. Think about that. So both Porsches going with the double stint option for the last driver. Not that we're going to need it today, I don't think, in terms of cutting an extra tyre stop, but certainly leave it nice for the two guys to be right in the element.
Let's go on board with our race leader, Dylan McDowell and Rapid Team Rensport 1.
Just doing a little bit of fuel saving at the moment, potentially. Gaps started to close back down a little bit. So 50.8 last lap, so the tyre's starting to wear off just that little bit for him as he comes through braking at the 150 board. Britt's sitting not far behind him, so those two have stayed with him for a little bit now.
So 4.6 is the lead.
So Porsche, towards the end of its stint, the fuel comes out, obviously sits over the front axle. So we tend to not have the same amount of turn as we normally would earlier in a stint. It's sort of almost like a double factor in terms of understeer of your tyre wear and your fuel coming off. Whereas some of the other cars have it the other way around, you know, the rear of the car becomes a lot lighter for them. So it can have that opposite effect depending on the setup you're running. But the Merc will typically be a little bit nicer towards the end of the stint, we're finding.
I prefer the Audi with the heavy fuel. Don't know why, I just do.
Be like that.
Well, I don't find it worse, is what I'm trying to say. I like it heavy.
It's a comfortable car at that fuel level.
Yeah, so there'll be definitely another pit from here on in, but it's whether they need another pit after that. Have they worked out their stint times? Top 3 favourite cars and why for the commentators? Well, pretty much, Bez. These dickheads, except for myself and Matt, are going to say Porsche.
911 and 912, I'm going to get the commentators curse over. Of course, I'm going to back them. They're my team cars. So I hope I've got to hand it to 919. I've got to be loyal here. But in all honesty, third I think is going to be up for anyone, depending on what this Merc that you're seeing on screen can do over the next hour and a bit. Depending on whether they can make the fuel work for them, depends on whether they end up on that podium, I think.
I'm going to say my 3 favourites. I have to say Audi number 1. I'm currently in it and I'm really enjoying it. Merc number 2. And I just have a piece of my heart that just loves the Bentley. Even though it's not super as competitive as it was, that old girl, you could drive blindfolded and smash it and it'll respect you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I want to hear yours.
Oh, okay. Well, my favourite is definitely the GTR for me. I find that I have found that it requires a very specific driving style, but once you get it to work, it is a very potent package. Second favourite, I have to go with the Aston. I was really impressed with it the other week when I raced, and it was actually the first time I've actually ever drove the Aston. I found it very easy to set up, very easy to drive. It just was almost very similar to the GTR and how it delivered its power. And well, I'm going to have to side with Neil. I've got to love the Bentley as well, but you just can't match the sound of that Bentley.
Yeah. And right-hand side steering, it just adds a little different element. Go on, Brucey, say your Porsche, then go say your Porsche again.
To answer the question properly, I think my favourite car at the moment, especially after today, has to be the Porsche. But yeah, it'd be Audi, then Aston for me would be my next 2. Audi, similar driving style, I'm really enjoying that. It's a very different car, it's certainly a lot more twitchy. But the Aston, I love it as well. It's very easy to set up, it's very consistent. It's not, I suppose, strong at any one track, but it's good over a season, I think.
Big
Notice that my top 3, you'll notice my top 3 cars, they all have the engine in the correct place.
I ran out of cars to do that theory.
Which 3 cars are they?
Sorry, Brad's just been working out strategy for the car
Yes,
on the
sorry.
screen, so he's catching up. We're talking about our favourite 3 cars involved.
I just want to know if one of them's the Bentley.
Yes.
Of course.
That's not a front engine car, it's a mid-engine car.
Is it?
Yes.
Corsa
Fact of the day.
It's
Car nerd fact of the day, it is classified as
It's-
a mid-engine car because
it's-
the engine is behind their front axle.
it's still it's technically front, but they say it's front, but it's actually a long way back. As a firewall, yeah, is so far over the axle.
Yeah, so the center of the engine is over the front axle and towards the middle of the car, same as the Porsche, for example. So that's classified technically as a mid-engine car, even though the engine is in the front.
Well, my mind has been blown.
I think a viewer actually pointed that out during the Zandvoort stream that we were commentating on.
I bet you
But
if you ask most
that-
Bentley people, they'll still say it's front engine because of where it is.
yeah.
Because how you get to
Yeah,
it.
that sounds like splitting hairs.
Yeah, it kind of is, but technically letter of the law where it sits. If you ever see the Bentley Continental with the chassis off, it's like, what the it's...
You wouldn't think it's a
yeah,
Bentley.
you wouldn't think it's a Bentley. It's crazy.
Well, I'm going to Google that now.
So just where we are, we've hit our pit window now, so anyone can stop pretty well and go to the end, provided they can make the fuel work for them, which fuel saving most cars should be able to do by now. We'll probably see, I don't know about the 912, but I could say the 911's probably got another few laps in it. Okay, 912 into the box now, so they'll run to the end safely. Yeah, 911 will probably hang out for a few extra laps now as we watch Smith in the Lamborghini close in. Not Lamborghini, Mercedes, I'm losing my mind.
I still think it's a front engine, but it's for a front engine car, the engine's a long way towards the mid.
Yeah, we're talking tech specs in terms of what's on the entry list, I suppose, rather than what the actual fundamental of the car is. So the Bentley obviously drives like a front engine car. You don't drive it like a mid engine.
Yeah.
Same thing with your Porsche. Even though it's a mid engine, you still drive it like a rear, because that's where the weight ultimately sits. Unfortunately, I can't put evidence on the stream, but I can certainly say that if you look for it, you'll find out
Let's
just
do
that.
least favourite.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Okay,
gonna start with something
can I
very
start? Can I
controversial.
start?
No, you go for it.
Okay,
I'll
number
finish
one,
my
Lexus.
conversation.
Lexus is my least favourite. Number 2 would be the Lexus. And just
See
sneaking
where
into
this is going.
P3 is the Lexus. Nah, I actually do. I don't. Which one is it? I can't remember what it is now. Look, I'm going to say Porsche's in my top 3.
Oh,
I am.
there'll be words.
What other car was it? I can't think. I didn't like the Lambo before the Evo version for some reason.
Yeah. No, I'm very well with you there.
But
So
a lot
go
of
through.
Lambo drivers prefer the older version handle.
I can't pick that. So top 3 are all now in the same sector, but a lap apart. So the 912 coming through Lesmo 1 as McDowell comes up to it.
Oh, the Honda.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Honda's 1. Have you ever driven that thing? I'm going to change it as a
Yeah.
safety car because it's not even fun to drive as a safety car. Doesn't even have a speedo.
So I'm gonna come out with something controversial here. Number 1 for me is Honda, Lexus, and this is gonna shock some people. And this is
Can I
This is
can I guess?
yeah, go for it.
Ferrari.
No. It's for me. It's the Mercedes.
What?
It's a bit of a bomb, but it's purely because I don't gel with it. I don't think I can't quite get the pace out of it. For me, it does not suit my driving style. But it's so generic. I hate watching everyone jump into the Mercedes.
Yeah.
It's just the constant like backup car almost.
I have to agree with Brucey on that one.
Same. It's 50% me not liking the car, 50% everyone fucking uses it.
And the car's boring to drive. That's my main reason I don't like it. Maybe an unpopular opinion, but that's how I see it.
So P2 just boxed as McDowell stays out.
but it's such a beautifully made car.
Oh,
It's just amazing. But in saying that, a lot of people pick the popularity around Mercedes as a brand. People pick it just by default. You're right. But other side of that coin, Porsche is always the second highest picked. In this season, believe it or not, it was actually Aston Martin was the most picked.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed the Aston, especially the new one. The old one, not so much. But
But that's easier to drive than the Mercedes.
Yeah, it is.
You
I
can
don't
drive
think
it without
it's
your
boring to
hands.
drive. It's easy to drive. It's easy to set up, but I don't think it's boring to drive.
I like the sound.
Yeah, because it sounds awesome.
Smitty, we may have an issue.
Uh-oh.
What's the issue?
So that's their car. They don't know if they're going to make it to the end on fuel.
Oh, that's not good.
Splash and dash, mate.
Which car is that?
Ferrari into the fence. Right in front of Bailey, so yeesh. It's not what you want with an hour left in the race.
So Dylan Tykwen is now in the car. You can pit again.
So, one lap later, 11 Porsche is about to bring it into the lane. To take one final set of tyres, one tank of fuel, and drive till the end.
So who's left to pit? McDowell's in.
Have we seen Schneider in the Ferrari?
Yes. Remember they're saying in chat at the moment that they might not get to the end.
Copy.
The Ferrari. I thought the Ferrari was very good on fuel.
Yeah. So Mikhailov as well, sitting on the back of this battle. He's an absolute gun in the Porsche. So watch for this car. This will be charging towards the end of the race, 6th at worst.
BMW, I really do like it. It's just not competitive enough. And the Ferrari, everyone picks that as well. I'm not really until the Audi, I wasn't really a fan of the smaller, nimble cars. Did I say I don't like the Lexus yet? Have I said that?
You might have mentioned it once or twice.
What about the Jag?
That is not a pretty car to look at, I have to say.
Yeah, that'll be my reason for not liking it, because it's very ugly.
What about the Gallardo? So the Rex.
It was a good car at its time.
Exactly. So I think as soon as you put it on track alongside another current GT3, it's shite.
Yeah, because it does have the big flares and all the aero and stuff like the current GT3s. Here we go side by side for Ma.
This is not going to end well.
So it feels fun.
As Mikhailov puts his foot down and goes.
So Scott Blair will jump up to P6. Serpil's still trying to get that car in a straight line. I don't think they touched Martin.
Malik's Nightmare driving a Lexus at Zandvoort.
Alright guys, I'm going to go have to help crew my car, so I will catch everyone later.
No
I will
worries.
see you at the end. Good luck to all the other drivers out there.
Thanks for
Let's do
stopping by, Brucey.
Yeah, good luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Cheers.
That'll be
we'll do
Mike.
our best.
Oh, drive through for the 445 Ferrari. Damn.
Whoa.
Just must have been speedy in the pits, eh?
I don't
Won't be
know.
the first and probably won't be the last.
Well, guys, I've got to shoot off as well, so thanks for having us.
No worries,
and
Brad. Thank you for stopping by. All the best the rest
good
of
luck
the
the
race.
rest of the race.
Pass on
Yeah,
my
good luck, Brad.
Pass
Catch you
on my
next
luck for the 912, mate. See you in the end.
Interesting. I don't know what that was for. I don't think it was speeding in the pit lane. I didn't see a stop go pop up. Does that fix your issue for your fuel, Smitty? Leading Pro-Am at the moment. Hopefully we'll find out what's going on. Track limits could be the one.
Contact. But either way, there are more efficient ways to save fuel than having a drive-through. I'm sure we'll hear something from race control sooner or later.
That's true. Just want to check something. If I can find the car. There we go. Oh, it doesn't go back far enough. Yeah, it could be. And that's rightly so that you share the limits, otherwise you just push the limits as much as you can for each driver. So it's a bit unfortunate there for Schneider. So we might see another damn Porsche get into the top 4. Drive through cleared. Interestingly, it's been cleared.
Interesting.
I'll ask. I'll find out. So less than an hour to go here, the Monza 6 Hour, sponsored by Launtel. Dylan McDowell in the Porsche leads proceedings. Everyone is...
And this is that magic hour that I talked about at the start of the race. This is where you really want to be in that right position, and right now you've got McDowell, Tyquin and Bailey all in that really good position. Any one of those drivers can take this out, but
Yep.
anything can still happen in an hour. Still got to keep that concentration up.
Well, generally what you started the race with, Sly, should be the setup that you use for the entirety. If you do, you should. It's not allowed to change. So if you do return to the pits or leave and come back and then load a different setup, if we do find that out and that's happened, you just get disqualified. Okay, fair enough. Well, not really. We can actually see certain connection things through the server. Anyway, we'd know if everyone was streaming.
It's kind of an ominous name too. Sly Ducks. Yeah, I'm just wondering.
I think that's Lee.
Insert sly look right there. No, not suggesting that you would. I'm just having a little joke.
Yeah, it's no fun though. You got to try and have it a good balance in case it rains. So 2.1 seconds separates P1, P2. 56 minutes to go. It might come down a bit of fuel saving.
It could really come down to a lot of different things. Lap traffic is definitely going to play a part. I mean, it's played a part all race long.
Yeah.
And we could also still see some penalties.
So 2 Nissans into the top 9. Merc boys think they're okay on fuel. Just have to manually lift and coast just to give yourself a bit of a breather, a bit of a wriggle room. This is McDowell. P1's currently lapping 150.1. Last lap for Tyquin was a 149.6. So the drive-through has been cleared for Schneider. Apparently they picked up a drive-through without getting a prior warning. That's more like an honesty system there.
Yeah, that's quite common. That has happened to a lot of people I know, just in open lobbies. They put a wheel, couple of mil over that white line, over that magical line that separates legal and not legal, and they get a drive-through straight away.
Yeah, I've never seen it at Monza. I've seen it at Paul Ricard many a times. I saw it in a competition server when I was racing against Scott Blair. He was in front of me and picked up a drive-through, and that was the only time he left the track. But here's, yeah, it's unusual. I don't know what corner he picked it up on. I'd love to see footage. What should I have for dinner? I'm so hungry.
Food.
That's a good shout. 1.8 seconds between P1 and P2.
It's going to be a tense last 50 minutes, that's for sure.
Oh, yuck. You don't have pineapple on stuff. Get out of here. Let's go on board with Taekwon now. As you can see ahead, 1.3 seconds. So he's really pushing here.
Definitely flirting with danger with those little sausage curbs on the inside there.
Yep. It's definitely safe to say that the wet conditions suited the Porsche a little bit more. Mercedes loving the dry a little bit more. 1.1.
And cue the comments to nerf the Merc.
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating. What? Best meal I've ever had was recommended me by Mullock. He said it was his best. Pineapple on toast with tomato sauce. Well, someone's an imposter, because I wouldn't be saying that, Triple.
That concerns me.
I'll tell you what's nice though, sweet corn with butter and Vegemite. I recommend that. 1.3.
It's definitely on the limit.
Yep.
This is a very tough position to be in, because it takes a lot of mental discipline. The one thing you've got to remember is to stick to your pace. The moment you try to catch, that's when you start losing time, and it is very tempting to think to yourself, I can squeeze that extra meter in the braking zone, or I can get onto the throttle that meter earlier, and that's when you start running into problems.
Yeah, it's super easy to overdrive it. As you can see though, on the dash, Taekwon's got engine map mode 2 on at the moment. Can't quite see engine map mode in this map 6, whatever that means. There's about 16.3 thousand maps for that Porsche. He's keeping on map 2, so he's fuel saving and gaining. This Merc's in a great position here.
Still with 50 minutes to go, and you've got to make those tyres last.
That's true. But 310 minutes of racing, all that separates our leaders is half a second.
That is really outstanding. It's not really something you'd see a lot in real professional motorsport either. Usually you start seeing gaps of like 5 laps or something, but this is really tight.
And considering that we lost the front row of the grid, we've lost team first name, and we've also lost, there's one other, but 3-4 pacey teams. Map 6 is a progressive throttle map, quali map. So it's a fast map then, not a fuel saving. If it's quality, I'm assuming that's quick. It's easy with the Merc. You go 1, 2, 3. So he's within striking distance, but is he going to just stick behind him for a bit? Fuel save or not? Not when he makes a
He's
mistake.
putting pressure on him. He's made a mistake. That's going to open the door.
Oh, he
So
used
Tarquin,
all of the track.
He'll take advantage of that. But was that a little too early?
Still on map 2. So there's some power in reserve in this Merc, which is a little bit worrying here for the Porsche. I've noticed though the Porsche pulls up very nicely under brakes.
I don't think there's anything better than the Porsche on brakes.
There you go. See right there.
Proves right there.
Oh!
Oh!
Kevin, he's supposed to spun!
Well, that was
frustrating.
Yes.
McDowell hit the curb, got a bit loose. Don't want to be a steward at the moment, but
as a personal opinion, I don't see how you could penalise either drivers. That was just two drivers
going at it,
racing as hard as they could. They went for the same bit of real estate, and well, 2 into 1, it just doesn't work. Still, I'm glad I'm up here, not the stewards room, making these decisions.
Let's have a quick watch back. You see, launched off the curb, came across. Don't think they made much contact. It was just Spindles got on throttle a bit too heavy, as did McDowell, but McDowell didn't loop. Really unfortunate. Track is optimum. We've waited all the race for it.
And here's a bit of heartbreak for you. The number 3 Lexus looks like he's got to drive through.
You're going so well. So the gap now for the lead, 3.5 seconds after that turn 1 incident.
And that's already come down. It was up to 4.5.
We go on board with Blair. And Tarquin, he's still map 2. Don't know if that's a visual glitch or not. Race controls cleared it. It's got 46 minutes to gain, 2.7. She's not over. You just got to forget about that incident and focus on the next one.
Comes back to that mental discipline, just to be able to let it go and just refocus. When you start driving with emotions, that's when you start making even more mistakes.
That's it. And I'm sure Spindles will want to win this race on track. And they've definitely got the pace and the ability to. He's giving it all.
He's still got plenty of time too, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
That is a long time. He's already got the gap down to 2.7.
I do agree the Porsche was in the wrong, but whether they actually made contact or not, that wasn't the reason why he spun. He spun because he got on the throttle a bit too heavy. I guess that's up for our race officials to determine if they had contact. But there you go, 6/10 that lap. Watch it back quickly. Go this way, I think it's quicker. Got a better view for it.
Maybe go on board with one of them, or both of them.
I'm gonna go free cam.
Even better.
So let's have a browse over here. We might get a little bit perfect here. You tell us in Twitch. So McDowell's come off the curbing, come across. Tykman's come over. They have made contact. It hasn't spun spindles. But getting on the gas certainly did. If I go back there, who are we on board with? Go on board with Tykman. This is what his throttle input. Yeah, pretty heavy down and spins. We're just the commentators. I am, it definitely unsettled the car, but I think he also spooked himself a bit too. Saw an opportunity arise where Porsche was out of position, but 1.4 seconds. That is 1.1.
He's on it.
So, forget the incident. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I would personally prefer not to see this race get decided in the stewards' room. These two drivers are just racing hard. Neither one of them want to really surrender this victory. So, hopefully we can just play on.
Yes. I can see these two coming together again.
Yeah, I think that's pretty well guaranteed.
I don't think patience is in Tykwan's vocabulary.
Oh, it looks like he's going to make the move here, though. Bit of a mistake from McDowell. He grabbed that curb on that first right-hander.
Yep.
That unsettled the car, sent it wide as all that Tykwan needed.
This is far from over.
Yeah, you could see that McDowell was thinking about a send there.
The Porsche is pretty handy on the straight, and it's certainly handy under brakes.
Well, round two is about to come up.
Now everyone knows Dylan Tykwan as Spindles, or Dindles. And there is a reason for that. Just every now and then, the ball of twine unwinds and mistakes are made. He's definitely improved though. So half a second separates them. Oh, a bit unstable there. On the exit of that chicane.
Still got 40 minutes to go if you play the long game. It can pay off.
Oh, lost a gear there. Well, Jared Bailey, 23 seconds back and lapping between 1 and 2 seconds faster at times. Oh, he nearly lost the Merc then. But these two keep fighting ahead. It's 1.6. McDowell's losing a lot of time somewhere. We'll look at the sectors.
just judging by the onboard there, it looked like the Porsche was suffering from a lot of understeer. I haven't really seen a lot of the Porsche drivers using that much steering lock.
Yeah. Here's the last lap. They were identical in Sector 1 and Sector 3. But 1.1 seconds McDowell loses in Sector 2.
Oh, that probably came from grabbing that curb a little bit through the second chicane.
.4. Looks in good nick, it's just dirty. But I don't think that's a true indicator of a damage. I just realised how big those flaps are. So map 8. Quite surprised at map 2, they're still doing 49s. And his teammate McAuliffe. Maybe McAuliffe can get in front and just drag him around a little bit. He's got to be making the move. That's interesting.
Maybe see a bit of bump drafting like
That's gone out the window. Figure that plan.
Yeah. No, you can still bump draft down the straight, just don't do what Lando Norris did to Verstappen.
Yep. So 37 minutes left. 150.9. The last lap by Mercedes was a 49.7. Slowly slipping out of their hands here for Porsche.
Oh, okay, so just getting a report in the chat there that physical pedal is now stuck at 96% down straight. They can't use full throttle.
Who's that?
That's from Brucey.
There's full throttle on this end. It's definitely recording full throttle. I just don't know how that's possible, or even a thing.
Looks like he's matching his teammate now, so maybe he can get a bit of a tow and get dragged back up onto the back of Typhon.
But look at his team. It's exactly the same bar. And if he's losing the most time through Sector 2, that's not top-end speed issue. Good idea to use the Porsche, though, for a bit of slip. There's no pedal playing up. Put that to bed. You're competing against the Mercedes that's quick around here and it's dry at optimum. It's tough going for anyone. See the bar? So the bar never fills up fully. It never does visually. So if you look at the Mercedes throttle bar, there's a little gap there. That always is there. That's been there since day one. It's darker in the Porsche because of the actual dash. You see it on most cars. What car's this? Cook. This is McLaren. See the dash? Little gap. Cook. He's been practicing so hard for this race. All the way down at P16.
Yeah, just everything went wrong for that team.
Either way, 169 laps. Well, it shows the same when I'm in the car, for driving. Five seconds. Jared Bailey down in P3. What's the split for him to McDowell? 21 seconds. It's not really being bridged. Team first name P8, team last name P10, so they're both in the top 10. They've carried their tradition of the Pro-Am team out qualifying the Pro team and the Pro team finishing ahead during the race. P4 to P5 gap, is your guess is as good as mine? It's a lap. I think they've been lapped. Yeah, it's lap down, so the car's ahead. Says P5. $30 minutes to go. All team last name taking all of the real estate there in Parabolica. Fighting a fellow Mercedes and Dushan Lolwani. Welcome to the grid.
Speaking of hard luck stories.
Yep. Just this way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It can be as long as you like about tag. Actually, that's a good point. I wonder how they set the server up for 24-hour races on this game. I don't think they can, based on how the event JSON works. Welcome to the grid event. How much on the fuel calculator? Oh, it takes in the formation lap into account. Not sure how much, but yeah, I've seen a 12-hour. I'm just talking about a 24-hour actual race, because with the server files, they base the event off a day, and you can make the time multiplier 1, so it can be maximum 24, but you'd have to start the race at midnight and finish at midnight. Fan attack's definitely worth it, but are you starting out? What's your budget? I do feel a lot of people buy really expensive gear early on, thinking that they don't want to be embarrassed if they're slow with crappy gear. I think the key is just to get racing.
Yeah, it's a common mistake. A lot of people do go and get some of the best gear they possibly can, even in real racing. They think they're going to basically dominate, and they don't win. They start to lose heart, and then it's very hard to offload it.
Yep. Yeah, gear won't help you win. It's the practice, the persistence. But if you've got the money and you want to get stuck into it properly, I do recommend Fanatec gear. I started off in a Logitech G920.
Yeah, I actually still have my G25. But yeah, I swapped up to a Fanatec CSL Elite, and that was night and day. But honestly, the best advice I can give anyone looking to get into any form of racing is get in it for fun. Don't worry about the results.
That's right. What gear do we use now? I use a Club Sport Zoom 5 and V3s. I've used Thrustmaster TSPC Racer. I've used Logitech G920, G27. Correct. Be back in a sec.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with Logitech. So anyway, we keep focusing on Dylan Teichmann. The 999, where did they actually start? They actually started off of third, and they've just stayed out of trouble. And they've just left it to this last hour to make their move. Of course, there was a little bit of contact, but that saw them go into a half spin. But either way, these guys are now out in front, and it looks like, as we've touched on a little bit earlier, that they've got pace to spare. So it's not looking good for the rest of the field as McDowell continues to fall back. And doesn't look as though Bailey is catching McDowell either. You doing okay there, Neil?
Yep, I'm back now. Got myself a drink. A big controversial opinion here, but direct drive wheels are a little bit overkill at the moment, in my opinion. Yeah, they're a little bit more accurate, but what are you trying to get out of sim racing? Are you replicating a real life car because you're a real life driver, or if you're starting out, don't get a direct drive wheel unless you're a millionaire. That's my opinion. I've had a couple of my friends recently ask what I recommend to get into sim racing. I just says go find a cheap Thrustmaster T150 or a Logitech G29 and plug that into your PC.
I think really the first thing is to work out whether you actually enjoy it.
Yeah. Are you doing it? What are you doing it for? I do it because I can't afford to do a real race car. And go-karting was too expensive. That's what got me into it.
And I just do it because I just love racing.
That as well.
And also, I have nothing else to do while this coronavirus keeps fucking everything up.
Yeah, not wrong. I actually ordered a new sim rig seat. I snapped my wheel plate, the front two pegs, so my wheel actually can lift up. And with a Fanatec 2.5, it's got a little bit of power, but that doesn't get here till end of this month, start of next. Best thing I bought the sim racing would probably be my V3 pedals.
Yeah, I just ended up buying the CSL Elite package, and I'm pretty satisfied with it. And gives me everything that I need, and it's actually quite solid.
Yep.
And that's really like bottom of the line Fanatec.
But if you get the accuracy out of it, you feel like it does what you want it to do, you're enjoying it, then perfect.
Yeah, that's it.
Swo, are you still just racing F1? Like, you got all that, you should get on this game, man. I honestly reckon you'd love the shite out of it. Yep.
Well, that is true, but sim racing, I don't feel like you get the same enjoyment out of real racing. Like, you don't get the smells, you don't get the G-forces, you don't feel the vibrations unless you're super loaded and you can afford one of those fancy sims that do all that.
Yeah.
And even then, there's still the face-to-face meetups with all your mates from the track.
Yeah.
But, you know, I can understand that not everyone can afford to or even have the space to have even a race cart. So, yeah, sim racing is the next best thing.
Are there breaks in these 6-hour races? Negative. Driver swaps. So technically there are, but the race continues on. The winner gets a cuddle. Swo, guess what? It's Saturday, mate. But yeah, I understand, mate. The league racing's a bit hard if you're working weekdays. Oh, you always get one, Suma. Well, technically the winning team gets trophies. I tried to organise that for the Ruse guys who won the race 1, but they would never give me any details. So they wouldn't tell me where to send it. Yeah, so you drive the car for a while, then your express post is set up to your teammate. Courier will come and pick up your gear, and it'll arrive at their house via express post. No, it's just a couple of clicks of a button. So 9.3 seconds, Taekwon leads over McDowell. 20 more minutes to hang on. Oh, Sergey. So unlucky, mate. You guys will put it all together one race, and I'll see you on that front podium step. Yeah, someone did. I'm not sure who. Can't remember. So L19 Racing qualified well and truly outside the top 10. Involved in a a crash early on. Recovered very nicely for P6. I don't think that position's under much threat in the last 20 minutes.
No, they've done really well. Again, another team that, well, apart from that first couple of minutes, they've just stayed well and truly out of trouble. No, I don't think they've scored a single penalty so far. So, you know, it just goes to show that the more you stay out of trouble, the better your chances are of recovering, even from a tough start. And that wet weather stint, that really seemed to suit Reynolds a lot. He was absolutely setting the track on fire.
Yeah, so last lap, Taekwon's doing a 149.2. McDowell did a 150.4. Ferrari did a 150.2. And the other Porsche did a 49.7. So they're all similar-ish pace, except Taekwon's cranked it up a notch. Who else are we looking at? Yeah, so maximum pace racing started P5 for the Pro-Am, up to P4, and they have not disappointed. 18 minutes away from claiming Pro-Am victory. Yeah, definitely DD wheels are the pinnacle of what you want to get for a racing wheel. But I think a lot of people expect to pay $2.5 grand for it, and they'll be quicker. Well, if you're slow with a G29, there's probably something you're doing wrong. Yep, you could probably lose a couple of tenths here and there through inaccuracy, especially sometimes on those G29s or G27s. They lose that feel at the crossover point at the center line when you want to switch direction. It feels all yucky. But the time you're going to gain is through your feet. Because I don't think many people realise that you actually turn the car a lot with your feet.
It's also with how you approach the driving itself with your head. You've got to have that smarts about you, about where you place the car, how you turn in and how you think. Me personally, I was trained by my dad to think 2 or 3 corners ahead.
Yep, always. So you might have to sacrifice. So you work out sometimes you got to sacrifice a corner to get a better exit out of another corner in a sequence of corners. It's just the optimum time and line. I think everyone wants to hit every single corner apex extremely quickly. I know I've sometimes get sucked into overdriving the car. This season I made a conscious effort to practice the right way. And it's worked, but obviously everyone out there can always improve. Is the TC PC Racer Thrustmaster? Yes, it is. I enjoy that. I had one of those.
I would agree with that last statement, that you can always find improvement. I mean, you know, I've been racing for 23 years and I still find little things that I can do to improve my driving.
Yeah. Oh, nice little slide there by McAuliffe. Whether it's getting more accurate with trail braking, whether it's just learning the tracks. Learning the tracks is a huge, big thing that people probably take for granted a bit. Like, we've got Laguna Seca this week, and a lot of people have been practicing for Monza, and I guarantee you there'll be a lot of incidents purely because people don't know the track. Even if they're a good, quick, fast driver.
Speaking of practice, I better get on and do some practice for Laguna.
Oh, same. Haven't turned a wheel. So it's Grand Sid, yeah, pretty much. So 50 minutes to go. Taekwon leads the race from McDowell. 2 Porsches into the top 3. 3 Porsches into the top 5. With a sneaky little Ferrari in the top 4. They'll be stoked with that. A couple of Nissans also in the top 10. Callum Gibbons there, currently P9. It's his first endurance race, team swap. So what a stellar job that is. Bull's in the car now for the AMG team first name. What could have been for them, but a very impressive drive as well from the guys in the Lexus. Tyson Serpiel, P7. They were a long way back to start this race.
No, both Lexuses really. I mean,
Yeah.
Jarecki's in 11th, and I don't think they even started in the top 20. I've actually got the qualifying start positions on my phone somewhere. Yeah, they both started in 21st and 22nd.
Long way back.
Oh, once again, as I said yesterday, qualifying doesn't guarantee you a race win, but, well, it's certainly good, put you in a good position, but you still have to get through the race.
Exactly. So still got 3 cars, I believe, are on the lead lap. Bailey's just coming around. Parabolic now. Tykwen's up. Curva Grande.
And he's really setting a really fast pace now, 49.2. That's,
He's not backing off, that's for sure.
no, it's not waiting around.
And I don't... I'm not sold he's on map 2. I'm not sold. Scruff and I, when we were driving the Merc, it was so much slower in map 2. Map 3 is just a disaster. Maybe they've worked it out better than us. Either way, very impressive today. In Australia, where I am at the moment, it's 9:22. I'm on the eastern side. It's currently 11:22 in New Zealand and 7:22 in Western Australia. You're welcome, Jan.
Yeah, I'm glad that someone's getting something out of my commentary.
No, you've done well, mate. So maybe 5 laps left, possibly. 12:22 in the UK. Hello, everyone in the UK. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, as they say.
Never ceases to amaze me how far these streams actually get. I did spy a little bit earlier in the day that we actually got over 1,000 people watching this race, and that is a lot of people.
It's fantastic.
It's absolutely outstanding work by the Octane team as well to put this event together. It's been well organised, haven't had any faults, and it's just been going really smoothly.
Thanks, mate. Appreciated your help very much today.
I've just sat here and dribbled crap half the time.
Perfect. It's what I do most times. It's good to be able to have a break. To be honest, I did the Bathurst one 6 hours straight with a 5-minute break. Just keep refreshed and get different people's... I'm sure not everyone in Twitch chat wants to listen to me talk for 6 hours straight. As much as you love my voice. Nah, it's just good to have a break. I've actually been babysitting a dog during this broadcast. So, shout out to my dog. Thanks, Brado, and big shout out to Brad for his help with my broadcast controller that I've been using today. Big shout out to Scott Blair for helping with the race control bot, Ryan Blair for the videos.
And a big thanks to all the guys who have joined us in the commentary box as well. It's been great having actual drivers coming up here and giving us their thoughts.
So we've had Matt, who's been in the commentary box with me now, thank you. And also we've had Chris Ellis, David McNulty, Dylan McDowell, Bart Sverwick, Lachlan Parker, Lachlan Bruce and Brad Jessen all joining us. But a huge shout out to the following guys who have the shittest job of all. These are race officials. So Ben Clemick, David McNulty, Chris Wheatley, Nick Dole, Al Walker and Ben Curtis. Big thanks to you gentlemen for taking control of this event for us. Without you guys, it's not possible. So I hope everyone out there is appreciative of the race officials, because it's not a great job. It can be fun, but no one likes to give out penalties.
Yeah, unfortunately, you do have to be the bad guy sometimes, and yeah, often some people don't really understand that.
And also, big shout out to everyone's mum. Shout out to all mums and all grandmothers. So Jan in chat, and all the marshals at the track, virtual marshals,
And the ladies in the canteen.
and lucky last, Launtel. If you guys are in Australia and looking for a different internet service provider, I used Launtel for the last 2 years and would never go anywhere else. Check them out. Get a free trial for 7 days. What more could you want? And a big shout out to the Bentley teams racing today. You guys have been amazing. Not one incident.
Technically true.
So less than 10 minutes to go. Dylan Tyquin for Beware of Blair leads this race. The 999 Mercedes. Fair to say that he'll be half charged right about now. Thank you very much, Cobra, for the Twitch Prime. 6 months. Good work today. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah. Our North American participants are going to need a well-earned sleep after this. Thanks, Pyro. Invoices in the mail. So who predicted car 999 to get the win? I had him up there, but I think I picked one. Sure do, Bunnings. Just wait till the COVID clears. Oh, Ghost, you guys were a pinball. You're everywhere. So our next event will be June 5th and 6th at Paul Ricard. If you want to play the special events. And our ACC series resumes next week at Laguna Seca for the first time in the series. If the race officials thought they'll be here today, wait till next week. So how many do we have left? How many are going to finish? Get classified? It's hard. Once the sheet gets messed up on my end when it happens. Hey, thanks for the biddies there, Sly. If you guys enjoyed it out there, feel free to sub. This event actually cost... I didn't make money, I lost money, mate, getting this sorted for everybody. But it's all for the bigger picture. Or just send me a nice coffee. So Stephen Bull, right behind the race leader. I bet you he wishes he was that man today. Because they definitely have the talent, that team. Thanks for the biddies. Welcome to the grid, Dave.
Yeah, these guys actually led for much of the race, actually. But then I do think that they probably swapped onto the wet weather tyres a little too early, and the track just wasn't wet enough, and it absolutely boiled those tyres. So, unfortunate, but if you don't take risks, sometimes you just don't get the rewards.
Exactly.
And they took a big risk, and it didn't pay off. But you never know, it may pay off next time.
Best lap of 48.333. I think that might be the fastest lap of the race. It is. That must have been fairly recent, actually. Hey, thanks for the sub, Slight. Much love. What type of pace is Tycoon doing? See, 49.4 last lap. He's still pushing.
I have to say, the Mercedes seems to really ride the curbs really well, no matter where
It
they
does.
go.
It loves them. Five hours, 56 minutes before the race is done. Here we are. That's it. I said to Blair, keep at it.
You can never give up in endurance racing. Something can always happen that pushes you back up, and something else can happen that can unfortunately nobble your opponents.
Yeah, and there's no safety car, so they haven't gained any advantage through that. It's just through knuckling down.
Well, I don't think that'd be very comfort. It'd be kind of frustrating because you knew you had the pace, you could have been at the front, and just events transpired.
Stephen Bull looking to unlap himself. Interesting. So, Stephen Bull into the lead here. They've opened. No, I'm joking. Is that what you wanted me to do, Beef? Oh, wouldn't that be amazing? 2.5 minutes to go. Stop the car. Oh no, did he? Oh, it's easy to do. It's extended nicely. At Bathurst, the current team in leading. They were doing alright. I think they were in the top 5, but then the Honda kind of carked it. Coming out of Forest Elbow. Not sure if it was an ignition thing or it was a glitch, but it smoked. It was really weird. So approaching the final lap now as he crosses the line.
Right, man. The leader is on the final lap. Give it a final push.
This will be a deserving win for these guys. As I said a little bit earlier, they started off third. They mostly kept themselves out of trouble, and it's really paid off.
Oh, please no blue flag. Don't do it to us.
I just thought the same
Go
thing.
on.
Bet that the same thing crossed Dylan's mind as well. He knows he hasn't got any pressure on him. Next car is a long way back. All he has to do is just make it home and claim the trophy.
Yep. Gonna be interested to see how he approaches. Oh, he's got the flasher on. He's a naughty boy. He's only doing that because he's leading. But we'll let him have this one. They've been stellar today.
It's even got the indicators flashing too.
Yeah.
So I think that's Bull who's gone off. Nope, that's the Audi.
Ellis.
They've had
Oh,
a tough
jeez, don't. I can't watch. Yeah.
Could be seeing a 0 to 0 moment very soon.
Look, I've banned most flashing and all that jazz, but he's leading the race. It's the final lap. Let him have his moment. As Dylan Tyquin comes around Parabolica for the final time today. Beware of Blair. I've got to secure P1. Well done, team. Great drive there by the Merc. Dylan McDowell, nothing to be ashamed about, is P2. What an effort.
Yeah, another team that got really plagued by issues early in the race had, what they have? They had a drive-through penalty. They got turned around, got involved in an incident. Had several spins on the way back to second. So this is a well-deserved podium for these guys.
So well done, Rapid Team Rensport 1. Yeah, Rapid Team Rensport 2.
Oh no, a drive-through for Blair on the final lap.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What a muppet. It might get cleared. Every other one has. So Jared Bailey.
I hope so.
Oh, bang. That's a big hit. Finish line.
So after such a professional race, they go and do that. Now have we accidentally tuned into the V8 Supercars A-Series?
Oh, they're enjoying it. Mamma mia.
Oh no. Oh, a drive-through for 445?
Oh, it's just after post-race stuff.
Oh, okay, yep.
So let's look at the carnage after Monza. 6 hours.
It's been, in fact, quite an incredible drive from every single driver in this field. That was 6 hours straight of racing. There was no safety car period, so these guys really do need to be commended for such a clean race, albeit a few, driving infringements and a lot of pit lane penalties. But these guys, every single one of them has put on a brilliant show, and I hope everyone at their computer screens or wherever they are have really enjoyed this race. I know I certainly have.
What an image. Well, they're really getting their money's worth out of these tyres. Oh.
And now it's night.
Beautiful. Well, that was great timing there with the song ending. So